Five, four, three, two, one. Audio test, check. How's that sound? Levels?
Welcome everybody to the Wednesday, March 24th, 2021 regular meeting of the Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees. I'm Uduak Juanto, President of the Board. We are now beginning our live stream. It's 4:33 p.m. Our trustees and staff are practicing social distancing in response to the coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic. We are using video conferencing technology to hold today's meeting. Governor Newsom issued an executive order last year that declared a state of emergency. The executive order also updated the Brown Act regarding public meetings in response to the health crisis we are currently facing. Today's remote meeting meets the updated Brown Act requirements. Moving into the agenda, I'd like to ask the board secretary to do roll call of the trustees.
Virginia Baxter. Here. Herlinda Chico. Here. Vivian Malauulu.
Here.
Uduak Joe Ntuk.
Here.
And Sunny Zia.
Here.
Thank you. We have full attendance and meet quorum. Going to item 1.3, public comments on closed agenda items, closed session agenda items. Secretary Hunt, do we have any closed agenda item public comments?
There are no requests.
All right, seeing and hearing none. We're going to move into closed session. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have items 1.4, 1.5, 1.6, and 1.7 on today's closed session agenda. At this point, Board Counsel Ewing, do you have a statement to say before we go into closed session?
Thank you, President Ntuk. With respect to the agenda item listing the case involving Trustee Zia, the board and the district will rely upon Trustee Zia's representation to the court that she would recuse herself from any discussions regarding her pertaining to litigation or the investigation on that agenda item. And then with respect to the next agenda item, based on the same representation, the board and the district is relying upon Trustee Zia's representation in going into closed session without her to have discussions pertaining to litigation pertaining to her. That concludes my comments on the closed session agenda with respect to the recusal of Trustee Zia based upon her representations to the district and to the court on those items.
Excuse me.
Board Counsel Ewing, I see Trustee Zia has her hand up. Can you go ahead, Trustee Zia, now?
Sure, I'll lower it now. Yeah, I think the second item is, are all of those items pertaining to me? Because my understanding is that some of it does not, and you will let me back into the session.
That's correct.
Okay, because you said the entirety of it, or at least that's how I heard you.
No, okay. So no, that what you said is correct with regard to if there are discussions in closed session that don't fall within the framework of what you've agreed to with the court and the district, that is items that do not pertain to you. I will, I will let you know, or someone from the district staff will let you know to come into closed session.
Sure, perfect. Thanks.
Is there a statement regarding the Brown Act before closed session? Under recess 1.8.
Let me see. I thought I already read it.
In my notes. Oh, you read the opening.
Yeah, there's another one.
Under 1.8 in your notes, I highlighted on the agenda I sent you yesterday.
Let me see. 1.8. All right, let me read that. So before we go into closed session here, and so the session is closed pursuant to paragraphs 1 and 2 of Government Code Section 54956.9 subdivision D. The Brown Act and no other statute requires disclosure of written privileged communications or written communication exempt from disclosure under the California Public Records Act. And at this time, we will now go into closed session. Good evening and welcome to the Long Beach Community College Board of Trustees, March 24th, 2021 meeting. My name is Uduak Jointuk. I'm the president of the board and welcome you to open session. As we are actually on item 2.1 of call to order reconvene open session. We're going to go to item 2.2, which is Pledge of Allegiance. And we have a guest tonight, David Rowe. Well, I'll ask to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Dave, you want to unmute yourself?
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Moving to item 2.3, ask Secretary Hahn for a roll call of the trustees, including our student trustee.
Student trustee Blackman,
Present.
Virginia Baxter,
Here.
Herlinda Chico,
Present.
Vivian Malauulu,
Here.
Uduak Jointuk,
Here.
and Sunny Zia.
Present.
Excellent. Welcome, everybody. Just want to share that tonight we are practicing social distancing. Our trustees and staff are attending remotely due to the coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic. We are using video conference technology to hold tonight's meeting. Governor Newsom issued an executive order last year declaring a state of emergency. The executive order also updated the Brown Act regarding public meetings in response to this health crisis we are currently facing. Today's meeting is remote and it meets the updated Brown Act requirements. We also, so moving into 2.4, report out from the closed session, we covered, or we completed one item 1.4, which I do have a report out to read. I had it up, but now I don't. Give me 1 second. So the report out from is the Board of Trustees convened in closed session pursuant to Government Code 54956.8 and discussed the real property negotiation price and terms of payment associated with the proposed sale of the district's Los Coyotes Diagonal site to the Los Coyotes Diagonal Redevelopment LLC, aka the buyer. The Board of Trustees voted 5-0 with 0 abstentions to approve the buyer's request to amend the purchase and sale agreement to extend the close of escrow until either 1, buyer obtains financing, 2, 45 days after obtaining a long-term lease with RadNet and/or WS Property Group or any other entities, or 3, June 30th, 2021. In addition, the buyer shall pay the district $30,000, which will be in addition to the purchase price and shall be non-refundable and immediately released to the district. And it was a unanimous vote by all trustees in the affirmative. And we will have a second closed session to go over the 3 remaining closed session items that we didn't finish, 1.5, 1.6, 1.7. And that will be after the regular open session. At this point, we'll move to agenda item 2.5, public comments on agenda items. Secretary Hahn, do we have any public comments on agenda items tonight?
Yes, we do. And Mr. Jeff Wood will read those and play voicemails.
Okay, so this is a 20-minute period. I can ask you to take time, and each speaker has 3 minutes.
Correct.
So 3 minutes if they're, I guess a recording is recorded or if we're reading off a submission.
Correct.
First written comment is from David Alpern on item 5.1. I submitted a more full message of support for the resolution on definition of anti-Semitism in December, and I'm following up here to convey my uneasiness upon hearing that the submitted resolution had been watered down, notably by removing the passages specifically and explicitly condemning anti-Semitism, harassment, and respecting Jewish holidays. In a nation rightfully pursuing long-sought social equity for all, It is vital to understand that the Jewish people have an extensive history of being targeted for discrimination and essentially are the proverbial canary in the coal mine for intolerance. By choosing to redact these seminal points, you're weakening the strong message LBCCD should be conveying, that you stand resolute and absolute against anti-Semitism in all its forms. The next is a voice message from Judith Green on item 5.1.
Hi, this is Judith Green, and I am calling in regards to the taking from Long Beach City College to adopt the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. I'm an educator in Long Beach, and I feel that that is a very important stand to take, and would appreciate if you take this recorded statement from me to once again adopt the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism in your board deliberation. Thank you very much. Now again, my name is Judith Green, and I'm an educator in Long Beach and work at Cal State. Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
The next is a written comment from Iran Kalayan on item 5.1. My grandparents are Holocaust survivors, and there was always an undercurrent of anti-Semitism. Maybe it wasn't an undercurrent, maybe it was more obvious, my grandfather explained. The Holocaust as we remember it every day, the concentration camps and mass murder of 6 million Jews didn't happen overnight. It was a culmination of anti-Semitism tolerated by the public, emboldened by racist laws, and an authoritarian leader, which turned into state-sanctioned violence. It's troubling to think about those who don't believe the Holocaust happened and anti-Semitism, or who believe that the details of it have been overhyped or unaware of the depth of cruelty that happened less than 100 years ago. Thank you for adopting the IHRA working definition of anti-Semitism, but the one item it leaves out that every other resolution, including the UK Labour Party, UCSB, University of Arizona, and Foothill College adoptions of the definition, as included is the contemporary examples of anti-Semitism in public life that shares the Department of State website with the definition and other quotes used in the resolution. Incidents of anti-Semitic harassment are on the rise on American college and university campuses, evidenced in part by the scheduling of examinations and other required degree completion benchmarks on Jewish holidays, the facing of Jewish facilities and institutions on campus using anti-Semitic language, efforts to remove Jewish students who believe in Israel's right to exist from positions of leadership, the questioning of Jewish students' loyalty to the United States by faculty and fellow students, and even acts of violence and intimidation against Jewish students and faculty. This must be stopped. These are relatively uncontroversial, but an essential part of the definition, such as don't say Jews are responsible for every other Jew. Don't question Jewish loyalty to the US based on religion. Don't state that all Jews are evil or behind grand conspiracies to control the world. Don't say Jews are responsible for everything Israel does. Don't use the symbols and images associated with classic anti-Semitism to characterize Israel or Israelis. We request that you amend the resolution to include the contemporary examples of anti-Semitism, and thank you for your work on this. The next is a written comment from Greg Solkovitz on item 5.1. My name is Greg Solkovitz, and I write to you as president of Democrats for Israel, Los Angeles. I write to lend my voice and the voice of the hundreds of our members to urge you to adopt the current form of the proposed resolution adopting the IHRA working definition of anti-Semitism, which we believe includes all 11 contemporary examples of anti-Semitism as set forth on the U.S. Department of State website. We mention the examples because they are an essential part of the definition, such as don't say Jews are responsible for every other Jew. Don't question Jewish loyalty to the U.S. based on religion. Don't state that all Jews are evil or behind grand conspiracies to control the world or exercise outside powerful control of the media or, in quote, band together to cover wrongdoings. Don't say Jews are responsible for everything Israel does, or don't use the symbols and images associated with classic anti-Semitism to characterize Israel or Israelis. We appreciate the hard work of LBCCD board members Zia and Entuck in crafting this resolution and for the inclusion of the full definition, which also means contemporary examples as well. Next are 3 voice messages from Sean Dinsis on item 5.1, Debbie Paperman on item 5.1, and Lulu Armonte on item 5.2.
My name is Sean Dinsis, Associate Professor of History, and this message pertains to agenda item 5.1. Some relevant background about myself. I was a George Mossey Visiting Professor of History at Hebrew University in Jerusalem in 2015-16. During that time, I volunteered regularly in the occupied West Bank with Ta'ayush, an integrated Arab-Israeli organization that documents and opposes Israeli human rights abuses in the South Hebron Hills. These abuses include theft of land, deliberate poisoning of water sources, and violent harassment of Palestinian school children and shepherds. I oppose the board's adoption of the IHRA's working definition of anti-Semitism. Particularly problematic is the part of the definition that states, quote, criticism of Israel similar to that leveled against any other country cannot be regarded as anti-Semitic, quote, end quote. The implication of this wording is that criticism leveled against Israel that is not directed against any other country is anti-Semitic. As a result, the IHRA definition seriously threatens to curtail free speech and debate about violations of international law and human rights that are arguably unique to Israel. For example, Israel's ongoing occupation of the West Bank, which is now in its 54th year, is by far the longest internationally recognized military occupation in modern world history. By the standards of the working definition, criticizing the occupation on the basis of its unparalleled duration could qualify as anti-Semitic, since such a specific criticism could not logically be made of any other state. Take as another example Israel's ongoing siege of Gaza, which has turned the strip of land into what the Israeli Human Rights Organization B'Tselem refers to as, quote, the largest prison on earth, end quote, and what one UN special rapporteur recently labeled as, quote, unlivable, end quote. This forced ghettoization of the Gaza Strip, effected through a merciless land and sea blockade, is arguably unique in the 21st century, not only in terms of its scale, but also in terms of its ferocity. Gazan civilians are regularly subjected to indiscriminate Israel aerial bombardment, and Israeli snipers have repeatedly shot dead women, children, and paramedics participating in nonviolent protests at Gazan border fences. If adopted, the resolution could be used to silence faculty, staff, and students who argue in good faith that such aspects of Israel's repression of Gaza are currently in a league of their own, qualitatively and or quantitatively. Even the original author of the working definition, Kenneth Stern of Bard College, who designed it for data collection purposes, has warned that it is unfit for adoption by college campuses. In a 2019 Guardian editorial, Stern wrote, quote, it was never intended to be a campus hate speech code, end quote. He added that former President Trump's use of an executive order in 2019 to impose the definition of the campus speech code was, quote, an attack on academic freedom and free speech, end quote. As Stern notes, adoption of the working definition by campuses has provided the pretext for silencing faculty, student groups, and invited speakers with harsh critiques of Israeli policy. LBCC should not abet efforts to shield the Israeli government from criticism with politicized definitions of anti-Semitism, which could also expose the campus to legal action for the violation of faculty's academic freedom. If the board is committed to taking a public stand against anti-Semitism, which is a real problem, it should take the time to develop a good faith definition. I'm happy to work with the board in doing so.
Hello, my name is Debbie Paperman, and I'm calling in as a concerned citizen as well as a board member of Democrats for Israel Los Angeles, in support of proposed resolution agenda number 5.1, recognizing the International Holocaust Remembrance Association working definition of anti-Semitism as set forth on the Department of State website. The definition, which includes 11 examples of contemporary anti-Semitism, has been a very useful operational guideline to assist various institutions in identifying and addressing anti-Semitism. Various countries and universities around the world have adopted it. Some of the examples include making dehumanizing, demonizing, or stereotypical allegations about Jews as such, or the power of Jews as a collective, such as, especially but not exclusively, the myth about the world Jewish conspiracy, or of Jews controlling the media, economy, government, or other societal institution, or accusing the Jews as a people or Israel as a state of inventing or exaggerating the Holocaust. There has been a rise of extremism worldwide, with so much of it being right here in the United States. The 2020 FBI hate crime statistics report found that more than 60% of religious-based hate crime in 2019 targeted Jews. I think one of the most important things that must be brought up, and the big reason that I wanted to make sure that my voice was heard, is that the January 27th Board of Trustees meeting, Trustee Malulu made anti-Semitic tropes, insinuating there was an organized effort by members of the Jewish community to pass this resolution. Not only was that very offensive to our community, as it should be to everyone, but it seems that Ms. Malulu thinks that this is a game to our community. It's not. We face anti-Semitism on a daily basis. That's why it is so important that this recognition of the IRHA working definition of anti-Semitism, including the contemporary examples and notes, be passed. This will provide most needed education to members of the campus community, including members of this very board, and hopefully prevent further anti-Semitic speech and behavior. I also hope that you can have respect for the Jewish holidays and faith traditions and accommodate Jewish members of the campus community by ensuring they are not penalized or otherwise discriminated against for observing these holidays and traditions. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to me, and I really do hope that you pass the resolution 5.1. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lulu Amante. I'm the Outreach and Recruitment Specialist with the Matriculation Office. I'm calling for today's Board of Trustee meeting open session item number Board of Trustees item 5.2. I'm calling to provide a public comment in regards to the current drafted resolution, and so I wanted to share my thought and suggested language when we talk about these anti-Asian hate crimes. And I really want us to encourage to be intentional and thoughtful about language. As a Pacific Islander, I want to acknowledge the pain and sorrow that has affected our Asian and Asian American communities. We have to acknowledge the community that is most impacted. And I can say the least that the Pacific Islander community was not impacted during these hate crimes. What has been a misrepresentation in a lot of college statements is the lumping of terms and utilizing AAPI. For decades, federal and state government has often lumped PI Asian, Pacific Islanders and Asian Americans, and even sometimes not including our Desi communities. As Pacific Islanders, I see our duty as being allies to our Asian and Asian American communities, first by utilizing accurate representation of language. I want to share that there have been many colleges across California and the US that have utilized appropriate language of Asian/Asian Americans. Here are a list of few local, state, and out-of-state colleges who I think has utilized appropriate language when making these statements. First, to start off with our local, Cal State Long Beach, Southwestern College, Compton College, Cerritos College, Santa Monica College, University of Hawaii, Scripps College, UCLA's Asian American Studies Department, UC Irvine's Vice Chancellor of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, and many more. I want us to be intentional about the language that we are utilizing when creating this resolution and making sure that we focus the narrative on our Asian Americans and Asian community as we are looking to stand in solidarity and stand against these hate crimes. I hope that you all can understand where this context is coming from, and I'm open to hearing any further perspectives or dialogues even upon today's resolution passing. And therefore, I recommend that we make a revision to the language of APIDA or APID and utilizing Asian and Asian American. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you have a great day.
The next is a written comment from Richard Hirschholt on item 5.1. We write to you on behalf of the Los Angeles region of the American Jewish Committee, AJC, a national human rights organization whose mission is to enhance the well-being of the Jewish people and to advance democratic values in the United States and around the world. We write in support of the proposed resolution recognizing the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, IHRA, working definition of anti-Semitism as set forth on the U.S. Department of State website. The definition, which includes 11 examples of contemporary anti-Semitism, has been a useful guide in assisting institutions in identifying and addressing anti-Semitism. In the face of growing extremism and hate worldwide, including in the United States, anti-Semitism has continued to rise, along with other forms of racism and ethnic and religious discrimination. The annual FBI Hate Crimes Report found that more than 60% of religious-based hate crimes in 2019 targeted Jews, an increase of 14% over 2018. This has taken the form of such violence as the shooting in Poway and Pittsburgh, vandalism at synagogues, and outright hate speech, but also in the microaggressions that accuse Jews of, in quote, banding together or exercising outsized influence on government, media, labor, or finance. The IHRA working definition of anti-Semitism was adopted based on language from the European Monitoring Center on Racism and Xenophobia's working definition of anti-Semitism. The US State Department adopted both definitions, which are essentially identical, starting in 2010, and as a set of operational guidelines for addressing discriminatory hate speech against Jews. Key to the definitions are the, in quote, contemporary examples, which provide a modern context to identifying hate speech. The IHRA working definition of anti-Semitism has been adopted by University of California, Santa Barbara, University of Arizona, University of Georgia, University of Florida, City College of New York, George Washington University, King's College of London, Foothill College, and 31 countries, including Canada, Germany, Cyprus, and various political bodies and educational institutions of the United Kingdom. Your resolution cites part of the explanation, the contemporary examples, noting that not all criticism of Jews or Israel is anti-Semitic. We assume this means you are adopting the examples since they appear on the page as well. These examples are not controversial and include calling for, aiding, or justifying the killing or harming of Jews in the name of radical ideology or an extremist view of religion, making mendacious, dehumanizing, demonizing, or stereotypical allegations about Jews as such or the power of Jews as a collective, such as especially but not exclusively the myth about a world Jewish conspiracy.
Time is up.
The next comment is a written comment from Andrew Lackman on item 5.1. On behalf of Democrats for Israel, California, a chartered organization of the California Democratic Party serving as a bridge between the Jewish community and the Democratic Party, I am writing to support the resolution recognizing the IHRA working definition of anti-Semitism, including the contemporary examples of anti-Semitism contained on the U.S. Department of State website. We want to stress the importance that this working definition, which is a set of operational guidelines to identify anti-Semitic speech, utilizes the contemporary examples as an additional guideline in a modern context, which appears on the U.S. Department of State website and is also used by the U.S. Department of Education as well as guidelines. As the IHRA explains, these powerful but uncontroversial 11 contemporary examples of anti-Semitism in public life, the media, schools, the workplace, and in the religious sphere could, taking into account the overall context, include, but are not limited to rhetoric or actions that play to the worst stereotypes and tropes used to describe Jews, such as calling for, aiding, or justifying the killing or harming of Jews in the name of radical ideology or an extremist view of religion, making mendacious, dehumanizing, demonizing, or stereotypical allegations about Jews as such or the power of Jews as collective, such as, especially but not exclusively, the myth about a world Jewish conspiracy or of Jews controlling the media, economy, government, or other social institutions, accusing Jews as a people of being responsible for real or imagined wrongdoings committed by a single Jewish person or group, or even for acts committed by non-Jews, denying the fact, scope, mechanism, e.g. gas chambers, or intentionally of the genocide of the Jewish people at the hands of the National Socialist Germany and its supporters and accomplices during World War II, the Holocaust, accusing the Jews as a people or Israel as a state of inventing or exaggerating the Holocaust, accusing Jewish citizens of being more loyal to Israel or to the alleged parties of Jewish worldwide than to the interests of their own nations. As the resolution and the examples both note, criticism of Israel or Israeli leaders, even though its existence is closely intertwined with Jewish identity, according to J Street, 92% of Jews support the right of Israel to exist And according to Pew, more than 70% of Jews believe that caring about Israel is important. It's not anti-Semitism as long as it's not couched in anti-Semitic tropes, such as those listed above, and stays within the scope of criticism that would normally leveled against other countries acting outside of democratic norms that other countries in similar circumstances would be expected to observe.
Time is up.
The next comment is a voice message from the Long Beach City College APID community on item 5.2.
We are members of the Long Beach City College Asian Pacific Islander Desi APID community. We are outraged and disturbed by the continuing and escalating anti-Asian actions and rhetoric, and stand against hate of any type to any individual or community. During this past week, where the country experienced the tragic killing of 8 people, 6 of whom were killed were Asian and women, and 3 Atlanta Asian-owned businesses. This is not something new.
The Asian Pacific Islander Desi community has been scapegoated for centuries. In May 2020, the LBCC APID Heritage Month Work Group hosted Congresswoman Judy Chu, the chairperson for the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus, who highlighted the issue of the alarming rise of violence against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders that started at the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. The anti-Muslim discrimination post 9/11, the murder of Vincent Chin in 1982 in Detroit, the imprisonment of Japanese Americans during World War II. Prior to the 1882 Chinese Exclusion Act, the US passed the 1875 Page Act, which barred Chinese women perceived as prostitutes from coming to the US. The first exclusionary US Immigration Act was passed to attack the specific intersection of ethnicity and gender, and the Chinese Massacre of 1871 in Los Angeles.
We stand in solidarity with our community and want to emphasize the need for our LBCC students, faculty, staff, and administrators to feel safe and welcome. Lastly, we echo and support the Long Beach Community College District's Board of Trustee resolution denouncing racism, discrimination, violence, and oppression against the APID community.
Hashtag stop
API hate.
President Ntuk, that includes public comments under section 2.5.
Thank you, Jeff. Moving from public comments for 2.5, we're going to go to 2.6 on approval of the minutes from the February 24th, 2021 regular board meeting of the Board of Trustees. This is an action item that I'll need a motion and a second on.
Second.
I have Vice President Chico with the motion, Trustee Baxter with the second. Is there any discussion about the February 24th minutes? Hearing and seeing none, we'll take a roll call vote. Secretary Hahn, starting with our student trustee.
Student Trustee Blackman.
Aye.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Berlinda Chico. Aye. Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
And Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Motion is adopted unanimously. We'll move on to 2.7, which is approval of the minutes from the March 2nd, 2021 special meeting. This is also an action item that'll need a motion in a second.
So moved.
Motion by Trustee Baxter. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Vice President Chico. Any discussion on the minutes from March 2nd's meeting? Hearing and seeing none, we'll go to a roll call vote, starting with our student trustee.
Student Trustee Richard Blackman.
Aye.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Berlinda Chico. Aye. Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
And Sunny Zia.
Aye.
All right, the motion passes unanimously. We'll be moving into our report section of the meeting. At this point, we'll get different reports from ASB, our different stakeholders. And I'd like to ask if we can refrain from questions and just we'll take the reports. And then if there's questions, we can ask offline for time's sake. So we'll go first, our ASB president's report. I believe Cesar is with us tonight.
Yes, I am here today. So good evening, everybody. I hope everybody's doing well today. I just want to mention a couple of things that's been going on with the Associate Student Body Cabinet. First things first, the ASB Cabinet Needs Initiative Committee gave away 220 basic need bags at the Grab and Go. These bags actually provided a blanket, hand sanitizer, 2 socks, and a reusable bag. So hopefully for those students who got in one, give me a sec. We hope that, when we were giving out these bags and all the hard work that our ASB cabinet members have been doing, serving our community and helping our students as well. In the finance committee, we just passed 3 proposals for stipends because I know we've been eager to discuss about this since last year. And so now that we're getting closer to the end of the semester, it just passed the finance committee, and in our next ASB meeting, we're actually going to be discussing about these things. And then last but not least, we're currently working on proposing a statement for the curriculum committee, hopefully to get professors and faculty actually to, give us a little word out there, like a shout out for them to be aware, to help us, to help the associate student body bring more awareness for our students, because I think it's very important that everybody takes a part in this, not just student life or the associate student body itself, but, faculty helping us get more students to, bring awareness to the government positions that we have here at LBCC. So that is the end of my report. Hopefully, yes, that is the end of my report. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cesar. We'll be moving to our student trustee report next from student trustee Blackman.
Good evening, everybody. Glad to be here tonight, as always. I just want to first off by saying thank you to our basic needs programs for everything they've been providing. They've been doing great work with their programs lately, so very excited for that. And also for our Women's History Planning Committee as well. Their events have been great. Thank you for all the hard work that you all put into making sure that everything's been running smoothly there as well too. I'd like to report as well that I am looking into some programs in order to just increase the student success that we're having here on campus. So one thing that I'm really wanting to work on now is increasing the use of OER, the Open Educational Resources on campus. So I've been looking into that, and I'm hoping by the next meeting to report back some more information on that. But I'm welcoming any information and resources that anyone has pertaining to that as well too. And we're also looking to hopefully host a few town hall discussions with the students as well too, in order to have some open conversations with everyone to see how everyone's feeling, especially when it comes to reopening. I see that there are some plans about us hopefully getting back on campus in the fall. So excited for that, but I'm excited to also learn and see how everyone else is feeling too. So that way I can report that back to you next time as well. Yes, that's it for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Blackman. Appreciate the report. We'll now move to our 2.10, our Academic Senate President's Report. Jerry, if you want to unmute yourself, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening. On behalf of the Academic Senate and my first opportunity to do so publicly, I would like to thank Luann Bynum for her leadership this past year as the interim superintendent president. Looking back, who could have imagined what a challenging time it would be to step into this role last March? And she was exactly the person we needed as we navigated the pandemic. Her longtime knowledge of the college, her history of solid working relationships with faculty, staff, administration, and their commitment to the success of our students was evident throughout her year of service, and I wish her the best. Senate is looking forward to continuing our strong collaborative working relationship with administration. I was very pleased to have Dr. Mike Munoz, our new interim superintendent president, Dr. Noel Corral, our new interim vice president of student services, and Javier Villaseñor, our new interim dean of counseling, join us at last week's Senate meeting for introductions and conversation. It is the pledge of the Senate to maintain our support of these administrators as together we seek to serve our students and put their academic, professional, and personal goals first. The Cultural Curriculum Audit Leadership Team has been busy preparing to offer a special audit just for our adjunct faculty. The program has been tailored to fit into the second half of the semester, and all of us are thrilled with the enthusiastic response we have received to date. The leadership team also provided a presentation on the audit to the Associated Student Body Cabinet. Students were very interested in knowing the particulars and provided many terrific suggestions to enhance the information currently provided to faculty. Their ideas will be incorporated whenever appropriate. The annual Spring Flex Day was held last Wednesday. The theme was "Hindsight is 2020. If we knew then what we knew now." The focus of the workshops and presentations was on online learning. Dr. Charla Berry, an associate professor and education researcher with an extensive background in online teaching, learning, and evaluation, was the keynote speaker. Congratulations to Suman Mondanari, Faculty Professional Development Coordinator, and her teammate, Senior Office Assistant Catherine Conchata, on a truly, truly amazing day, completely virtual at that. Thanks go out to Dr. Kathy Scott, Executive Vice President, Academic Affairs, Sonia De La Torre, Interim Dean of Student Equity, and Dr. Jerome Hunt, Student Equity Coordinator, for their support, and in particular, the Student Equity Committee for the assisting with the funding for the day. Last but certainly not least, a huge round of applause to the faculty speakers who led workshops, answered questions, inspired participants with their online teaching expertise, and made all of us realize the importance of what we do both inside and outside of the classroom. Later in tonight's meeting, Curriculum Chair, Dr. Wendy Koenig, has a presentation on ethnic studies that I believe the Board of Trustees, the college, and our community will find most enlightening and beneficial in understanding the process. As you are aware, in Title V and embedded in the 10+1, curriculum is the purview of the faculty. LBCC has the good fortune, perhaps the great fortune, to have a solid process in place for the creation, development, and implementation of classes, courses of study, certificates, and degrees. The faculty take great pride in the ownership of our curriculum and work diligently throughout the year to meet local and statewide regulations. Ultimately, it is the students we serve who have the advantage of enrolling in and completing their educational goals while on our campuses. Gratefully, the grip that the COVID pandemic has had on LA County appears to be loosening. After a very long season of uncertainty, it appears that we are headed in the right direction. On behalf of the Senate and our faculty, staff, and administrative colleagues, the regular, focused, and dedicated COVID task force, and the COVID instructional work group under the leadership of Marlene Drinkwine, VP Business Services, and Dr. Kathy Scott, Executive VP Academic Affairs, has really afforded us the opportunity to meet the challenges we have faced head on, and I would add, very successfully. In preparing to anticipate the reopening of the campus, as it is safe to do so, I know that Dr. Koenig, our curriculum chair, Diana Ogamachi, Faculty Association President, and myself very, very much appreciated being able to meet with Dr. Munoz and discuss strategies. His commitment to collaborative consultation with faculty leadership was very well received and very much appreciated. We look forward to building a strong relationship of teamwork with him in his new role. Finally, in the spirit of the Academic Senate Resolution 56.1, I join the Senate in standing in support of and in solidarity with our Asian and Asian American students, faculty, staff, and community members, and reaffirm the Senate's commitment to an anti-racist and anti-racist environment. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Jerry. We'll move on to our next report. Get my screen up here from the Classified Senate President's Report. Cece.
Thank you. Like Academic Senate President Jerry Florence said, we are so grateful to Luann Bynum for getting us through the pandemic year. Her calm demeanor, her deep curiosity, probing questions, and her acknowledgement that she needed counsel from all groups was refreshing, but like I said, calming as well. And many times the sense of concern and anxiety and worry was lessened by her calm demeanor. And also, as Jerry noted, I'd like to congratulate Mike Munoz, Noel Corral, and Javier Villasenor as they take on their new roles for the college. I'd like to welcome 2 new classified employees, Kai Lam Lee, the new instructional lab coordinator for the Destino project, and Gabriela Ochoa, the new media producer for college advancement and communications. And congratulations to California Community College's Classified Employee of the Year award, which is sponsored by the Chancellor's Office and the CCC Board of Governors. This year's nominee is Linda Olmos. You'll hear more about this in item 7.4. I don't want to take away their thunder, but this is very well deserved. This award has been in effect for 5 or 6 years. Previous nominees were Rena Fang, Jimmy Flowers, Sunday Dominguez, Aaron Turner, and me. And Rena actually was one of the winners of it, which was pretty exciting. But as far as Linda goes, her work through the Student Equity Office has been amazing. She does a lot of things in that job. She's getting applause from people on the panel. Linda does a lot of things, but I personally got to know her better during the planning meetings for the last 2 Women's History Month March celebrations, specifically this month as they're going on. And she's just such a great conduit between student services and facilities, or it would be facilities, and the women and the people that have joined in on all the different celebrations, Black History Month and so on. And it's just been a great experience having her help us with the Women's History Month celebrations this year. And I think every report I give, I talk about the Classified Senate Community and Connection events. And just briefly, we had this semester so far, we've had 2 sessions about the video editing program Camtasia with Jonathan Tejada and Laura Rontala from IITS. And then I did creating graphics using PowerPoint. And then Susan Finland from the Tutoring Center did PowerPoint hacks, tips and tricks to create a little wow factor in your PowerPoint. So we had 2 of those, pretty exciting. And then for Wellness Wednesdays, we had Spring into Spring with refreshing and healthy sweet recipes with lead library technician Ariane Lee. That was pretty exciting. And the recipes are there and the videos are there. And then today we had Spring Potted Gardening with financial aid specialist Angela Folks, as she did a live demo from her backyard. And she said, we're going to learn how to use resources from nature to calm the soul. And it was really wonderful because she was going through all the things she's done, you know, pandemic hobby kind of thing. But then other people on the Zoom showed their backyards and their pots and their plants and everything too. So just lastly, I wanted to talk a little bit about the reopening plans, which I'm sure you're going to hear about. We're represented in the formed Reopening Task Force Steering Committee, and we've been examining the information that there's always been information on the resources area of the website for coronavirus information and pandemic information, but there's a lot more information that's been about reopening that's been added lately. And today we received an email from Interim Superintendent President Munoz and Vice President of Academic Affairs Scott with more information about the reopening plan. So the idea of reopening is causing everyone a certain amount of concern and anxiety, as have many things have done in the past year. And we know the college leadership is doing the best they can to be careful and deliberate as we move forward into the fall semester. And it's been already evident that all the constituency groups and everyone will be part of the decision, the planning, and that it's okay to be conservative and deliberate and careful in the decisions that you make, because there's too many outside factors that come into play. So it's just everybody needs to stay calm and trust the process, and we'll see what happens as we move into the fall semester. Thank you, and that concludes my report.
Thank you so much, Cece. Next, we'll move to item 2.12, LBCC FA Bargaining President's Report. And I believe we have Diana on.
I'm here.
All
Yes.
right, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you and good evening, everyone. First, I'd like to say, what can I add following Jerry and Cece? They've said it all, but the Faculty Association would like to say congratulations to all of those that are in their new interim positions, and also thank Luann Bynum for her time that she's given to the college. I actually have two parts of my report today, so I'll start with my first part, which is to read a statement from the Faculty Association. And that is that the Faculty Association condemns the violence against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders that are occurring and have been occurring for centuries. This organization upholds the ideals of equal justice under the law, racial and social justice, and human dignity for all our students, faculty, staff, and administrators. The suffering and impact of the pandemic is endless, and we will not tolerate the targeting and scapegoating of our Asian American communities. As we had stated in our resolution that we wrote for Black Lives Matter, in the Be It Resolved, it states that the Long Beach City College Faculty Association invites faculty across disciplines and content areas to use resources that are inclusive of all our diverse learners to enrich instruction throughout the whole year, not just for 1 week or for 1 month as we're celebrating heritage. And be it further resolved that we encourage ongoing critical reflection for staff, faculty, and administrators to have difficult and honest conversations concerning systemic racism, social injustice, racial and ethnic bias. So the Faculty Association appreciates this Board of Trustees recognizing these heinous crimes that have occurred and naming them for what they are, and wholeheartedly supports their resolution. On a personal note, in the 9th whereas in the Board of Trustees resolution, when it talks about the Buddhist temple in Little Tokyo being vandalized and burned, that is my family temple. It's called Higashi Honganji. It's where I grew up. I attended weekly services there, and it's where I developed leadership skills in their youth organization. So I want to say I appreciate the board mentioning this important symbol for many in my community in the resolution, and for identifying something that is very close to me. So thank you. With that, I would like to now move to the second part of my report, which was really the scheduled part before a lot of this happened. And tonight we have two faculty members from the nursing and allied health programs to discuss what teaching during the pandemic has been for them. First, we'll have Nurse Nicole Evans speak, and then second, we'll have Nurse Jeannie Bork. So Nicole, take it away.
Hi, everybody. Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to share my experience with returning to campus and the impact that we have seen of this pandemic on our students. I serve my students as their nursing academic educator, and while our transition back to campus has been met with great success, there has also been some complexities as well. Most of our students have experienced at this point some of the consequences of COVID-19. During the periods of outbreaks, specifically after Thanksgiving last year, there was a significant amount of time that we had spent trying to manage the students and their positive cases and exposures, as well as having to follow up with those cases and exposures to see how they were feeling, their symptoms, and how they emotionally were feeling as well. In this role as an educator in COVID-19, we became the primary source of support for our students. they would turn to us for academic support, professional medical advice as well. And then oftentimes we would serve them in the counseling through their struggles and their emotional and physical struggles as well. Just to give you a couple examples of what I mean by that, I can tell you in 1 week, I had 2 students reach out to me the same very day both students' fathers had passed away. And these were unexpected deaths due to COVID. Same day, 2 separate students, and they lost their fathers. And so, you know, their concern was their academics and were they going to make it through the program and were they going to be okay? One time I had, you know, I give all my students my cell phone number to reach me if they need me. And I've had students calling me up till 11 p.m. And when I answer, they're crying on the other end saying, I'm COVID positive, and what does this mean for my family? And they're scared and stressed and fearful of what their program means because now they can't come onto campus. Just yesterday, a student in the skills lab shared with me that she's lost 17 family members due to this pandemic. 17. She's been to 17 funerals. And that was just yesterday alone. So, you know, we're trying to keep this safe, the return to campus safe. There's a lot of struggles that come with that for both faculty and students, you know, and when we think COVID-19 means one thing to one student, it can mean a lot. A lot of these students work in our local healthcare facilities, and sometimes they have to go to a hotel to quarantine, and that provides them a great deal of stress because now they're away from their family. They don't know what it means for their academic program, and they're just they're stressed and they're sad and they're going through a lot of emotion. So I just wanted to share with you what returning to campus has looked like. While it's been very successful, there's been those challenges as well. And thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Nicole. Nurse Jeannie. Nurse Jeannie's camera is not working, everyone. So thank you.
Can you hear me, Diana?
Yes.
Okay.
We can.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Diana, for having me, and good evening to the board. This evening, it is truly an honor to be here. I wanted to share a little something about myself first and then share a personal story similar to what Nurse Nicole has gone through as well. I'm a graduate of our Long Beach City College nursing program, and I'm a newly tenured faculty member in the Allied Health Division. I've worked in the VN program for the past 10 years, and this year in June, I began 45 years of blessed nursing service. I have 4 generations of my family that have been Long Beach City College Vikings. We're proud to be Vikings. I am particularly proud to be a faculty member, and I'm very proud to be carrying on the legacy of my family. I truly care about Long Beach City College, and I care significantly about our students. And I've been fondly nicknamed Nurse Jeannie at the campus, so if you hear my name, that's me. I wanted to take a minute to share a personal testimony as a Long Beach faculty member that just most recently occurred. And I wanted to share this story. I didn't write it all down. I'm going to speak as nurses many times do from their hearts. I wanted to emphasize that our faculty are truly on call for students much more than just Monday through Friday or office hours. And to do the job during this COVID with my medical terminology students that I'm working with now, over 200 of them, they also call me round the clock. And I'm there for them. They have my number, they text, they call, they cry on my shoulder, and I listen. And I know that many of our faculty are in the same position. I think at times we need to stop for a minute and really think about what they are going through during this pandemic time. So I wanted to share this last week. It was last weekend. I had just broken a tooth the night before on a Friday night, and I'd been to the dentist in the morning, and 3/4 of my face was numb. But I sat down for a minute and I got a phone call This particular student had contacted me the week prior. She is in my medical term class, and she's living in the Washington, D.C. area. She has an ill grandmother and an ill mother with COVID, and she has some estrangement in her family. And I had been working with her regarding assignments that she had fallen behind on and helping to change some deadlines to help her get back on track. I love to talk with each one of my students, separate from Zoom, separate from all the emails, hear their voices, and I ask them to call in and talk with me so that we can establish that vital rapport, never knowing, and I repeat, never knowing everything that they're going through. So on that Saturday, when I got home, all of a sudden my cell phone went off, and it was the Washington, D.C. area code, and I picked up that phone. And this particular student, who was already going through so much, her mother had been rushed to the hospital. Her father, like I said, they didn't get along. Her grandmother was home fighting the symptoms at home, and she called, crying her eyes out. She wanted to speak to Nurse Jeannie. And I said, I'm right here. What can I do for you? And she said, Nurse Jeannie, I'm calling for one reason. I'm calling to say my goodbyes. Well, that took me by surprise. At first, of course, I'm thinking she's going to withdraw from the class. So she was so far behind. So I asked her to share some more. And she said she was preparing to take her own life at that moment, but she wanted to say goodbye to me. So, as we nurses do, we kick into gear. My first thought, and Nicole will, I'm sure, agree with this, no, this isn't going to happen on my watch. But here, she's in DC. So I grabbed my house phone, I had my cell phone, I had a short interview to talk with her, and I was able to have her promise me she wouldn't do anything yet. And then I'm running, and I'm sure you're all going to get a visual back and forth from inside the house to outside the house, calling the emergent lines from Long Beach to Washington, D.C. to give a quick report to get some help to her. I knew exactly what she was going to do. And because I picked up that phone and spoke with her and asked her to promise me that she would work with me before she did anything. And she did. She made that promise. So thankfully, within about a 20 to 25 minute period of time, working with excellent dispatchers, I was able to get help to her before she took any severe actions. And I'm thankful that that was a situation that, we're not always that successful, but at that moment, she cried her eyes out and talked to me about how she didn't have anybody else, but that she felt so much a part of the Long Beach City College family. And so thankfully we got help to her. I am following up with her. Everyone at the college has been notified. And I just wanted to be able to share that and to emphasize that as faculty members, we really never know what's going to happen to our students or what's going on in their personal lives, their emotions. 17 funerals. I can only imagine. And as nurses, we have to work so hard to try and understand and support. As faculty, the same. So once again, I wanted to let the board most respectfully know your faculty are working round the clock. We as nurses, we don't have a time clock. We finish our work or we continue to work until our work is done. But when we have students out there, we need to be so aware, and your faculty are doing it. We know how to spend that little extra time and try and walk a mile in their shoes so that they can understand we are their family. And sometimes when they have no one else. So thank you very much for listening. I think the COVID time has made it even tougher on them. And once again, I'm proud to be a faculty member at the college, being able to serve students in the capacity as an educator and as a nurse. Thank you very much.
And I just would like to thank both Nurse Nicole and Jeannie for speaking. And although they are exemplary, I want you to know they're not unusual. This is your faculty. And as they said, we are here for our students and our community also. So thank you very much for this time.
Thank you, Diana, Nicole, Jeannie. Appreciate the report. Thank you for all you do. Appreciate the sharing this evening. We're going to move to our next agenda item, 2.13, our AFT bargaining president's report. And we'll go to Robert Remetta, if you can unmute yourself.
Yes. Thank you, President Newtuck. Esteemed board members, speak tonight. After following Diane, Cece, and Jerry, it's really hard to repeat anything they said because everything they said I totally agree with, and want to reiterate that it's just hard to follow those three amazing women. And this month, you should recognize these women are just doing their utmost during this month in their roles to show us shining examples to people of what women should be doing at the college. And I want to thank them for all their support. Unfortunately, I want to try to take it a different extreme. I want to try to pass on some stuff that the body of the AFT has concern with. Back in 2016, we had a reclassification study started. You know, 5 years is enough time. I know this wasn't the district's fault, but at this point, it's in the district hands. And I just want to make the board aware that we would really appreciate any kind of emphasis to wrap this up and move it forward. For the classified. They just want to see paper in their hand of what's going on. So all that confusion and time that they've been putting in years ago is, you know, it's just starting to boil over. And then to top it off, the reopening, which I understand, and we were in committees to make it best and safe, and all the paperwork that Dr. Scott and Mike are posting is amazing and it's helpful. But there's concern, of course, you know, like Cece said, it's that time where classified are concerned. They're concerned with the students, they're concerned with safety, they're wondering what's happening. They're getting tentative emails of opening dates from their areas. So, you know, it's all before the committees have met, those are things that are happening and they're concerned. And I just want to bring those concerns to you and make you aware of them. We're there for the students, we're there for the college, we're there for the faculty to do our job. But realistically, some of them have real concerns about their safety, and I just want to make sure that you're aware of them. Thank you so much for letting me speak, and you have a nice evening.
Appreciate your report. Thank you, Robert. We're going to go to our next report from the CHI bargaining unit on 2.4. Is Curtis or someone from the CHI unit with us tonight?
He's not here and he did not send a report or a sub.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll move to item 2.15, which is reordering of the agenda. And if we could, I know we have a councilwoman and we have a student waiting on items in 5.1 and 5.3. And if we could move up, I think the first three, 5.1, 5.2, and 5.3 after superintendent's presentation, if there's no objection to that. Is there any other items anyone would like to rearrange on the agenda tonight? Great. Seeing and hearing, we'll move on to 3.1. Dr. Munoz, Superintendent President's report, and welcome, congratulations. Tonight is his first meeting as interim superintendent president, and we're look forward to your update. Dr. Munoz, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President Ntuk. Good evening, everyone. I would like to start my update tonight by addressing the recent events impacting the Asian and Asian American community. Last week, we witnessed the latest crime against victims of Asian descent. The tragedy occurred during a year when violence against members of the Asian and Pacific Islander communities have spiked. I want to restate that Long Beach City College continues to stand in solidarity with the APID community and are united against racism. I know that the Asian and Asian American members of our campus community are saddened and alarmed, as well as all of us. LBCC has a zero tolerance for hate crimes committed against anyone in our community. I want to remind the campus that we have resources available to our students and colleagues during this stressful time. Students can contact our student health services to assist remotely, as well as we've developed the Asian Pacific Islander and DESI Student Resource Guide as a source of information about services that are focused on serving our API community. LBCC employees, we have mental health services available to you. Please contact the Benefits Department for more information. I encourage you to report all hate incidents. If there's any suspicion of any hate crime, please report them to us. We want to be aware and we want to act. We stand with our APID students and colleagues, and I hope you join me in sending our deepest condolences to the families of those victims who were killed and wish a speedy recovery to the survivor of this horrific crime. I also want to provide an update on the anniversary of campus closure. Last week marked the 1-year anniversary since the decision was made to close our LBCC campuses. What we had hoped would have been a closure of a few weeks, unfortunately continues a year later. It goes without saying that the past 12 months have been extremely challenging for our campus community. I want to acknowledge the creative and collaborative work of our faculty, classified staff, managers, administrators, and just really finding solutions, right, to each and every challenge our students and campuses face. I admire their determination to get through this pandemic together as one Viking family. I know we all look forward to the day to see all of each other in person and on campus soon. And so there is a bright light at the end of this tunnel, and I want to share some of the recent positive news. We all been following the news and seeing the drop in COVID cases, and recently LA County was removed from the COVID-19 purple tier to the red tier, which allows us to start opening more services to students in the near future. Through our partnership with the City of Long Beach, we have been able to provide COVID-19 vaccination shots to our employees, as well as students with disabilities has recently been added as a group that we've been able to support with vaccines. And then there is a decline in the number of COVID-19 cases and hospitalizations regionally. So just again, really recognizing that that the conditions are improving and that we will be hopefully able in the near future to, again, begin to expand additional services for our students and our community. With that being said, I want to talk a little bit about the Reopening Task Force Steering Committee and what that entails. The LBCC Reopening Task Force Steering Committee is co-chaired by Vice President Drinkwine and Interim Vice President Dr. Corral. They will be meeting frequently and soon will be establishing reopening priorities and creating reopening schedules. In fact, the group meets tomorrow. Planning will be based on what we know and within the current guidelines. So we'll really be examining what it means to be in the red tier and some of those changes that are now allowable as we've moved into the red tier to be able to begin to really establish some clear plans. The vice presidents and I had an opportunity to discuss LBCC's reopening with Dr. Anissa Davis, who is the health officer for the City of Long Beach. We felt this was a really important meeting because, you can read the guidelines and read the description of what it means to move from purple to red, but we felt it was really important to have a direct conversation with Dr. Davis and her team to really be able to understand some of these changes that are now allowed and be able to really understand what priorities and seek advice and guidance that we should be prioritizing at this moment. While reopening will not happen overnight, what we do know is that we're closer to returning to campus than ever before. And so working within the current health orders and guidelines, we have announced the following. LBCC students, will now have access to a quiet space with strong Wi-Fi internet connection while staying in their cars at the PCC parking structure. The structure will be open Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and on Saturdays from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And this is, I think, a very pivotal shift for us, right? Because many of our students have told us over the last year that they've really struggled with having access to a strong internet connection or a quiet place to study. And so I really want to commend Vice President Drinkwine and her team, as well as Dr. Paul Creason and his support to making this happen, and Dr. Scott's leadership. So thank you. Conditioning classes for athletic programs will resume in-person instruction for some sports on April 12th. That's the Monday after we return from spring break. We are also planning to start reopening a few critical areas throughout the spring 21 term. So considerations include space and other guidelines with the health department directives. And some of these spaces are libraries, computer labs, as well as quiet study spaces, testing and proctoring spaces, limited student services, limited performing arts, and limited access to faculty and staff offices. As services reopen, we need to continue to keep ourselves, our families, and colleagues safe. Please continue to wear your masks, social distance, and practice other safety protocols. Now, that was a little bit about spring. Let's talk about plans for summer. Our summer session will run from June 14th through August 19th, 2021, with registration beginning on March 29th. For the safety and health of our students, faculty, staff, and our greater community, it has been determined that Long Beach City College's summer 2021 session will be held mostly online, with only essential lab classes meeting face-to-face. Essential labs are in the CTE, trades, and health science areas only. The City of Long Beach Safer at Home Health Order allows LBCC to hold on-campus classes only to provide training in fields designated as essential businesses. As we look towards fall 21, I want to share with the campus a recent decision regarding fall 2021 semester planning. And I want to emphasize this is planning because obviously we won't fully know what the conditions look like for fall. So we're really trying to assess where we're currently at and make the best projection, right? And so what we're hoping to do with our planning is we will be scheduling up to 30 to 35% of the fall courses in person. And each of these classes will be capped at up to 50% capacity. All activities on campus, including in-person classes, will continue to be in alignment with regional and local public health orders. This includes wearing masks, physical distancing, and frequent cleaning of the classrooms and other public spaces. Please note that the up to 30 to 35% of the courses does not mean that all programs will be returning to campus this fall. The fall courses that will be brought back will be prioritized based on student and teaching and learning needs. This decision is in line with other California community colleges regarding the upcoming fall semester. We are also looking to provide limited services in person for the following areas: financial aid, cashier's office, and admissions and records. I know that our students have many questions about what fall courses this will impact. And I know that our faculty, classified staff, and administrators will also have questions about how and when they will return to campus as well. We are currently working with constituency groups and the reopening task force steering committee to look at areas and return to campus plans that we will share as soon as possible. Excuse me. Faculty will also receive information from faculty leadership. And please note that these areas, please note that these are our plans at this time. However, if there's a resurgence and or if there is a return to the purple tier, then we may have to adjust our plans for fall and spring in accordance to state and local health authorities. So that essentially provides an update on where we're at for spring, what we're projecting for summer and for fall. I want to talk a little bit about our culinary program. I want to acknowledge and thank our culinary program and students enrolled in the bistro and bakery classes who are feeding current LBCC students with food insecurities each Tuesday for the entire spring semester. And so just a big shout out to them because I thought that was an important kudo that we should share with the board. I also want to kind of just recap a little bit about the state of the college. I hope the community had a chance to attend the 2021 State of the College. I know on my one-on-one with Josh today, he mentioned that we've had over 1,000 views for the State of the College, so that's very impressive. And so the 2021 State of the College provided our community members, business leaders, and elected officials with an update on district accomplishments, future directions, and included 4 key areas I will be focusing on as interim superintendent president. The recording event is available from the Long Beach City College YouTube page, and I want to take this opportunity to thank the LBCC Foundation, as well as the President's Corporate Circle for sponsoring the State of the College event. So a little bit about Women's History Month. As we know, March is Women's History Month, and we've had I think a really successful Heritage Month thus far. The planning committee has worked very hard to put together some robust programming. So just a quick recap, on March 9th, we officially kicked off Women's History Month with messages from Board of Trustees Vice President Erlinda Chico, Executive Vice President Dr. Kathy Scott, and other college leadership. The kickoff also included poetry reading, a musical video, and an overview of upcoming Women's History Month events. This year's theme of Women's History Month is empowerment, voice, visibility. Thank you to the Women's History Month Planning Committee for all of your efforts in planning all of these special programs and events. And I encourage our campus community to visit the LBCC's Women's History Month webpage for a list of upcoming events. So one other announcement I want to make in the area of athletics that I think is really important to share is around men's volleyball. A big congratulations to our men's volleyball team selected as California Community College Athletic Association Scholar Team recipient. This is a special award. Yes, Dr. Baxter, I love it. This is a special award as it emphasizes the academic achievement of the entire team. The men's volleyball team's accomplishments will be acknowledged during the CCAA celebration of scholar athletes next Wednesday, March 31st, as part of the 2021 CCCAA convention. I know we all offer our congratulations to the men's volleyball team in winning this prestigious award. So go Vikings. A quick update about commencement 2021. Planning for this year's virtual commencement ceremony continues along with expanded Cap and Go drive-thru event planned for PCC on May 14th and LAC on May 21st. Last year, because the conditions didn't allow, we had a very subdued kind of Cap and Go event. It was still successful, but we capped it at 200 students. We're looking at scaling this event to 600 students and provide those 600 students with full regalia. So we're really excited about the scaling of this event. I'm also pleased and excited to announce that Long Beach Mayor, Dr. Robert Garcia, has agreed to be our keynote speaker for the 2021 commencement ceremony. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge some news about Mary Thoits. I want to share some news that I just received a few weeks ago, that Durham University, a teaching and research-based university in the United Kingdom, has posthumously awarded Mary Thoits an honorary degree of Doctor of Letters. The announcement mentioned that Mary Thoits was a trailblazer, traveling alone to Durham to study abroad for a year in the 1940s. This is a great honor for Mary, and I know the LBCC community is proud of this posthumous acknowledgement of Mary's commitment to lifelong learning. And so just in closing, I know that this year has really been a challenging year and has provided a year of reflection for many of us. While it's natural to look back on the events of 2020, I am looking forward to the endless possibilities that await our campus community in 2021 and into the future. So thank you, and that concludes my remarks tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Munoz, for that comprehensive update. Really appreciate it, and welcome again. Next, we're going to move into items 5.1, 5.2, and 5.3. We do have some special guests joining us. I'd like to just remind and ask everyone for professionalism and civility as we're moving through these items. I'd like to ask for, I always say, no blaming, shaming, or judging of each other, and let's be as professional as we can. And our goal is about education and educating our community. And these are some very important topics that will require all of us to be respectful. Next, we're going to move to 5.1, which is resolution recognizing the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance working definition of anti-Semitism. Before we get into the agenda item, we have a special guest, David Rowe, who's a student from our Beach Hillel. Beach Hillel covers both Long Beach City College and Long Beach State. And he's going to share with us some background, his perspective, and on the definition and his experience. So, David, you're on here. Thank you for being with us. We know it's a school night, and appreciate your time. If you want to click the unmute button, we'd love to have you talk now.
Yeah, thank you so much, Udok. I appreciate it, and I appreciate all of you listening to this, and of course, considering this immensely important bill. So yeah, my name's David Rowe. I'm a senior at Cal State Long Beach. I've built deep ties within the Jewish community over the past 4 years. As president of Beach Hillel, the Jewish student club at Cal State Long Beach City College, and other local campuses, I've seen the impact of anti-Semitism on student life and elsewhere in all of its terrible forms, as hatefulness, ignorance, disdain, contempt, based on Jewish ethnicity or based on Jewish culture or religion, both conscious and unconscious. And in all my years of dealing with anti-Semitism, both personally and on behalf of my fellow Jewish students at Cal State Long Beach and Long Beach City College, I found that the IHRA definition, IHRA, is the best possible tool for fighting this hatred, bar none. Let me explain what I mean by unique hatred. It's important to understand the complex idea to understand why we have to define it. Anti-Semitism manifests itself in very particular ways. For local college students, we know it and we feel it when we see it. Unfortunately for us, the uniqueness of anti-Semitism allows those who spread anti-Semitic opinions a degree of plausible deniability, and it allows offensive incidents to slip by, often without repercussions. I'll provide an example of this, and you'll see how defining anti-Semitism would have protected Jewish students in this instance. So every year at Cal State Long Beach, a group of students erect a large structure symbolizing the security barrier between parts of Israel and the West Bank for a full week right in the middle of campus. Many of the messages on the wall highlight important issues in the region, but most phrases and images are dishonest attempts to delegitimize and demonize the Jewish state. And throughout the whole week that the wall is up, Jewish students dread coming to campus. Many slip up in our classes, and we experience serious emotional difficulties caused by constantly passing such an offensive display. Phrases such as Zionism equals racism may seem like nothing more than bold political rhetoric to some, but let me tell you firsthand, every single Jewish student I have ever met is a Zionist, which is just someone who believes that Israel has a right to exist and that the Jewish people have a right to self-determination like any other people. Jewish students of color in particular feel the impact of this disturbing phrase, which implies that their ethnic connection to Israel automatically makes them racist. In addition, images of helicopters with the Star of David dropping buckets of blood on Palestinian civilians and children can go uncontested to the average onlooker, but Jewish students, we know exactly what this is. It's blood libel. Jewish students have approached me about this in tears, wondering why nobody seems to care about anti-Semitic tropes running wild on our campus, why they're targeted and called anti-Semitic slurs by their peers, and why we're the only marginalized group that isn't allowed to define and educate others about what is offensive to us. As someone who wears a yarmulke on campus, I've been excluded from several spaces and been called a dirty Zionist, which I assume is just a slur in place of dirty Jew. And there are ways to be critical of Israel without using anti-Semitic language to define Zionists like me and the 90+% of American Jews who are also Zionists, which includes, of course, my fellow students at Cal State Long Beach and Long Beach City College. With no clear definition of anti-Semitism, it's difficult for Jewish students like me to explain the painfulness and the residual anti-Semitism we experience from these incidents. That's why defining anti-Semitism is critically important. After countless years of being ignored while calling out anti-Semitism at Cal State Long Beach, the students of Beach Hillel realized that we needed a tool to help others understand our perspective. Given the far-reaching forms of anti-Semitism, from accusations of societal control to exclusion from progressive spaces due to our Zionist identities, we found that the IRA definition, with its government-approved language and necessary real-world examples, is the most effective tool for explaining and combating anti-Semitism. With tremendous backing and a long line of public comments from brave Jewish students at Cal State Long Beach and Long Beach City College, Beach Hillel successfully earned unanimous approval from our Student Government Senate to adopt the IRA definition across all branches of student government only a year ago at Cal State Long Beach. Since its passing, I can confirm that free speech has remained secured, no voices have been suppressed, and our collective understanding of anti-Semitism as a university community has vastly improved. I'm confident that you'll experience the same benefits from your vote to adopt this definition at Long Beach City College. Anti-Semitism did not start and end with the Holocaust. With swastikas being sprayed on synagogues and Jewish student centers on campuses all over the country, massive Holocaust denialism, growing efforts to dismantle and destroy the state of Israel, Americans marching chanting Jews will not replace us, and terrible shootings intentionally carried out on our holy days such as Yom Kippur and Shabbat, we're witnessing a terrible resurgence of a hatred that has existed for thousands of years. Parallel to other forms of hatred, the cancer of anti-Semitism shows no signs of slowing down, and college campuses are not exempt from this trend. And this is not a partisan issue. Anti-Semitism does not favor Democrats, Republicans, liberals, or conservative, left or right. Anti-Semitism seeps through and infiltrates all channels of discourse, tainting honest conversation with its disgusting prejudice. It's extremely important that the Long Beach City College Board of Trustees adopt the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance's non-legally binding working definition of anti-Semitism, just as we have done within Cal State Long Beach student government, to ensure that Jewish students on this campus are able to speak up with the support of their administration. History has shown us that, as philosopher Edmund Burke put it, the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good people to do nothing. I am calling on all of you, don't do nothing. Live up to the mission of Long Beach City College. Help to provide equitable student learning by pushing back against this destructive hatred and supporting Jewish students on your campus for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Appreciate your words and your presentation tonight, and thank you for your leadership. I'm a former ASI senator myself, it's a couple decades back, and know it's an important opportunity to learn about policy and leadership, and appreciate your presentation and sharing with us tonight. Now, moving to the board, this is an action item, 5.1. I'll read the recommended action is the Board of Trustees adopt resolution 03421C, recognizing the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance working definition of anti-Semitism. I'll need a motion and a second.
So moved.
To move forward.
Second.
We have a motion from Trustee Zia, a second from Trustee Baxter. At this time, we'll open the floor for discussion and ask you please raise your digital hand or actual hand. I see Trustee Zia has her actual hand up. So Trustee Zia, the floor is yours.
I also put my virtual hand, but I took it down. Thank you, David. I am so proud of you. Kol hakavod. I love that you wear your kippah on campus and stand up to hateful conduct by anti-Semites. It is alive and well every day in our lives. It isn't a joke to us. I face it on a daily basis. I hear it. Because my last name isn't Jewish, a lot of anti-Semites come and confide in me. It's funny. And then when they find out I'm Jewish, then it gets weird. So I applaud you. I am so proud of all our students who are standing up to the week of hate. I witnessed it when I was in UCI. And, you know, it was just unacceptable and just hurtful to such an extent. It was to a point that FBI was monitoring the campus. So one of the questions I had on this resolution, I'm a little bit perplexed. So I'm surprised. I submitted the original language. I was told that Board Counsel Ewing was the one who made changes to it. And I want to understand why there has been redactions. I sent in my question to President Intuk and Board Counsel Ewing. So I want to know why the language for be it resolved that we as a board condemn anti-Semitism and also respect Jewish holidays was removed from the original language. So can Board Counsel or President Intuk provide a response to that? And I have additional comments that I'd like to add.
Sure, I'm happy to respond to your question if the board and board president would like me to.
Sure, and just to say there was multiple revisions of the document. We did include the Academic Senate edition. We also had our staff looked at it and legal counsel, but I can have Board Counsel Ewing speak specifically.
I don't believe, I already got feedback from Academic Senate President that they didn't have any changes. Jerry, correct me if I'm wrong. Did you already make changes?
No, there were no changes from the Senate.
Thank you. So go ahead, Vince.
Yeah, no problem. So one of my job is to make sure that I protect the interests of the district and to make sure that the resolution is pared down and legally effective as a policy. So it's a statement. The resolution is a policy. It's not a bill or a law, a piece of legislation or anything like that. It's a statement expressing a view that is carried by the district. It's set forth in district policy, in state law, and in federal law. And this law is embraced by existing district policies. So if you look at the board policies online, which are accessible to the public, look at policy 3031, 3001, 3002, 3034, and 2011. 3031 deals with harassment. 3001 deals with EEO. 3002 deals with discrimination and harassment. 3034 deals with gender equity, and 2011 deals with violence. All of these policies invoke as their policy framework Title V of the California Code of Regulations 53,000 et sec, Title IX of the Civil Rights Act with regard to sex or gender discrimination in education, Title VII of the Civil Rights Act with respect to discrimination in employment, And then when you look at those statutes, this is the law of the land and the law of the state of California, and understand that the law of the United States Constitution and the federal laws are applicable to the state of California through the 14th Amendment. So keep that in mind. And so when you consider all those laws, then you have to look to the education code, because we're talking about an educational context, whether it's Long Beach City College or Cal State Long Beach or UCI or UCLA or Stanford or whatever. And if you look at California Education Code 66270, it talks about prohibited discrimination. And it says, and I think it's important for the record to hear this, it's fairly brief. It says, no person shall be subjected to discrimination on the basis of disability, gender, gender identity, gender expression, nationality, race or ethnicity, religion, sexual orientation, or any characteristic listed or defined in section 11,135 of the Government Code, or any other characteristic that is contained in the prohibition of hate crimes set forth in subdivision A, section 422.6 of the Penal Code, including immigration status in any program or activity conducted by any post-secondary educational institution that receives or benefits from state financial assistance or enrolls students who receive state financial aid. So when I'm looking at the resolution, I keep all of that in mind. And of course, I had to take a look at the Department of State because it was referenced in the resolution. And I took a look at what the website says. And so I have to tailor the resolution to make sure that it's not 20 pages, so it's digestible for the reader. So you have a document that's a 2-page document, or really a 1-page document, versus I think it was a 4 or 5-page document. So
It was only a 2-page document.
Let me finish, please.
I just want to make sure.
Please don't interrupt.
I don't want to put you in a defensive mode. I'm just asking.
Please don't interrupt me.
There was no.
Please don't
legal
interrupt me, Zia. Please don't interrupt me.
No, I want to just
Trustee Zia, please don't interrupt me.
line of questioning.
Please don't interrupt me.
Quickly, because my question was on the legal.
Trustee Zia, please don't interrupt me.
Oh, here we go again with your.
Trustee Zia, please don't interrupt me.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Board Counsel Ewing, proceed.
If we just hold on, Trustee Zia, and let Board Counsel Ewing finish.
I just want, President Inchuk, I don't want to belabor this. I just don't think I don't want to hear all the litany of legal proceedings that we're subject to. I just don't understand why we can't go ahead and say we condemn anti-Semitism and we respect Jewish holidays. And why Board Counsel Ewing believes it's incumbent upon him to act on behalf of us and make the redaction rather than having us talk about it here and present the original form for us to make the corrections here. That's what I'm asking about. I think it's bad form. We don't have a process in place, and for Board Counsel Ewing to take it upon himself to do this was something that is so incredibly sensitive to a community that has been just dealing with discrimination for a very long time and with anti-Semitism on the rise. I just think it's insensitive of you, Board Counsel Ewing, to just do that.
Zia, you have interrupted me
with the board.
You have not given me the respect or the dignity of allowing me to have the floor that I had. You are discriminating.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I just wanted to make sure that you understand that I'm not questioning the legality.
You did not have the floor, and you asked the question. I was answering it. And now you're discriminating against me by not allowing me to answer it. I'm happy to answer your question.
Please don't mischaracterize. There's no discrimination. I was just trying to help.
Just show me some respect.
Discussion shorter, Board.
It's incredibly ironic.
Board Counsel Ewing, please stop using defamatory statements. It's not really.
Again, you don't have the floor. I was answering your question. You're still going on.
I don't want to banter with you. Just what I'm trying to propose here is that the board needs to
Yeah,
original language. Yes, President Ntuk.
I agree that we were trying to hear the response for Board Council Ewing, and if I can ask, you can pause. He can finish. We're going to come back to you.
Sure. I apologize. I was just trying to say that I wasn't trying to get.
I know, but you're interrupting. We were trying to answer. If you would just mute for a second, let him finish, and then we'll come.
Sure.
back.
But my intent wasn't to interrupt him. I just wanted to make sure he understood my question.
And we keep talking, and you asked a question. We still haven't finished the report back. So if you could just mute yourself for now, and we'll come back in a moment. Board Council Ewing, let you conclude where you were.
Thank you. So as I was saying in response to your question, Trustee Zia, I looked at the context of the resolution. I looked at the applicable laws. So as I mentioned, there's existing policy that exists at Long Beach City College. There's state law that exists, and there's federal law that exists that applies to the resolution. So rather than having a multiple page document, I made some redactions. I pared it down. As I was asked to do, I was asked to take a look at this through my lens, my legal lens, and make some redactions, which I did. And so and then I would stress that with respect to the, I've given you citations to the state law, and I've given you citations to the federal law that applies. What's very instructive for you and for the community, those who are watching, is to take a look at the Department of Justice's website on hate crimes. It has tremendous links, great buttons, and great examples of the type of discrimination that I believe is captured or intended to be captured in this resolution. If you look specifically at the DOJ, the US DOJ website on hate crimes, and you look at, they have several buttons that you can follow and click on. If you look under religion, you can find an example of a discriminatory act under federal law with respect to religion. And again, I think it's informative for those listening to hear this. The scenario provided on the United States Department of Justice website under hate-based religious-based discrimination is: overnight, unknown persons broke into a synagogue and destroyed several priceless religious objects. The perpetrators drew a large swastika on the door and wrote "Death to Jews" on the wall. All other valuable items were present. None were stolen. So this is the website, one of the websites I went to. I looked at the law applicable, that is the law that's on the books that applies to the state of California through the 14th Amendment. And I said, oh, that's a great example. Another one is race-based discrimination on the DOJ website. Here's the scenario provided. In a parking lot next to a bar, a 29-year-old Japanese American male was attacked by a 51-year-old white male wielding a tire iron. The victim suffered severe lacerations and a broken arm. Investigation revealed that the offender and victim had previously exchanged racial insults in the bar. The offender initiated the exchange by calling the victim a well-known and recognized epithet used against the Japanese and complained that the Japanese were taking away jobs from Americans. Again, from the DOJ website, this is what I consulted when I was making revisions to the resolution. This is a scenario on that website with respect to hate crimes based on ethnicity. 2 Palestinian university students speaking Arabic were attending a department reception when another student, a white male, deliberately bumped into one of them. When one Palestinian student said, "Hey, watch where you're going," the white student responded by saying, "I'll go wherever I want. This is my country, you Arab." The aggressor proceeded to punch the Palestinian student in the face. Again, educational context, it happened at an educational institution. So I balanced my research with respect to this resolution. I'm aware of the topical issues that we're facing today with respect to hate leveled against several groups. And in balancing that and looking at the different websites, I made the revisions. And then, of course, speaking to the Department of State website, I took a look at their website and the working definition of anti-Semitism. And I looked at the examples that the website says may serve as illustrations. And so I balanced that with the document that you have before you that you're considering. And I said, well, the website says these examples may serve as illustrations. So rather than taking the position that, well, these are certainly or definitely illustrations of anti-Semitism, I thought rather than be locked into something that the Department of State website says may serve as illustrations, I thought it would be a cleaner document balancing the existing laws and the existing policies in place to make the redactions and revisions that you have before you. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you, Board Council Ewan. And again, just to remind everyone, this is an educational purpose. This is we're trying to move forward on this item, and if there's any issues of amendments or items that we can speak to, we're happy to do that. But
Yeah, I'd like to make that amendment, President.
happy to welcome that.
And that's what I was trying to understand, because I don't think, I do take exception to some of the things you've said, Vince. One, the original resolution was 2 pages. I have no problem with the other redactions that you've made, but you've proceeded to upset an entire community by removing language condemning anti-Semitism and the language expressly stating that we're going to respect Jewish holidays. So I'd like to make an amendment that we insert the language, and I'm happy to read it for the purposes of the board, since it doesn't seem like everybody has the original. So in the be it resolved clause, it would be that be it resolved, additional be it resolved, that Long Beach Community College District condemns all anti-Semitic speech and actions by members of the campus community, including students, faculty, board of trustees, members, and staff, and that the Long Beach Community College District and its board members, administrators, staff, faculty, and student leaders should respect the importance of Jewish holidays and faith traditions and accommodate Jewish members of the campus community by ensuring they are not penalized or otherwise discriminated against for observing these holidays and traditions. So that's the amendment I'd like to make to the resolution. If anybody wants to second it, I welcome it.
I'll second it. And that's just the one additional be it resolved.
Yeah, so that we fully condemn anti-Semitism and respect Jewish holidays and not penalize staff. And that's all I have. And I want to really thank the hard work that went into this. This was a lot of deliberation. It was supposed to be.
If you could, after.
What was that?
Justice, I think that's upstairs.
Looks like you're having computer problems, President Intug.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. Can you?
Yeah, I was in the middle of finishing my points. I want to thank the.
Sorry, I can hear you. Hopefully you can still hear me.
May I finish? Yes, I'd like to thank the community that provided their input and support and for their patience. This was supposed to be heard originally in December, then on Jewish, International Holocaust Remembrance Day in January 27th. And then for whatever reason, it got deferred. Well, the reason was that the Academic Senate needed to review it. And then I heard that the Academic Senate didn't need to look at it and they were fine with it. Then it was the board council needed to review it. Finally, we're here. And I'm really looking forward to this vote. And I encourage my colleagues to vote on it and support and stand up and condemn anti-Semitism and send a message out there against hate.
May I ask you, Trustee Zia, to email me those statement for the amendment?
Sure.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
All right, I got my my video turned off. Thank you, Trustee Zia. Trustee Baxter has her hand up.
Yes, is this the time for discussion?
It is, yes.
Okay, great. Okay, I have no problem with part of the first part that Trustee Zia said. I abhor discrimination of any kind. In particular, I have always availed myself of studying the Holocaust, and actually from 70 AD on, the Holocaust was not the beginning of the discrimination against Jewish people. But here are my concerns. I don't think there's ever been a resolution that included the Board of Trustees. So I'm a little bit concerned that this would be starting something. I have no, and it's not like I'm going to say anything anti-Semitic, trust me. But I wonder if it's politically wise to include the Board of Trustees in your statement. That's number one. Number two, regarding the holidays, faculty, staff have discretionary days. If they wish to take a day off for any reason, Good Friday, Easter, I don't care what it is, Ramadan, I think by using the holidays as part of your proclamation, you're going to open up a can of worms. I think other groups will come forward, for instance, Muslims, and say, well, I observe Ramadan, or we no longer observe Good Friday. It's not a holiday. It's not. It's a day of work. If people want to go to Good Friday ceremonies, observances, that they can take a discretionary day. So those are my two concerns, and so I would be against voting in your resolution as you're stating it. And by the way, an excellent book, because I'm a big reader, is Prague in Gold and Black. And it's about the Holocaust of the Middle Ages in Prague in the 15th century. And it's excellent, excellent reading.
President, can I respond to Trustee Baxter? I just want to make sure there's no misunderstanding.
Hold on, Trustee Zia, please hold till we recognize you. I was going to say a few things. And this is the time to discuss the amendment. So you're accurate, Trustee Baxter. One of the things, we went back and forth, many of the, or actually at least all the ones we could find in the US of universities who took up a similar type of resolution. It was the student government. Even Long Beach State is taking it up, Cal State Northridge, Florida State, Arizona, it was a student government. And looking at how could we best adopt it as a non-binding resolution, not to get into academic freedom, not to get into holidays, was this is a recognition. This is, and adding that this is the Board of Trustees taking action, not having to go through 10+1 and academic items and amend campus policy and have a debate about Title IX, does it comply or not? The goal was, and I talked to various members of the Jewish community myself, was about a non-binding resolution, that this resolution or this type of resolution, this format, I would say doesn't open the door for others, or if other groups would like to come forward, this is an example that we could take an affirmative action as a board without getting into, even collective bargaining and holidays. I joined with Trustee Zia a year and a half ago to recognize Jewish holidays, and then we had to undo the vote because it was in conflict with our collective bargaining agreements and it wasn't allowable, and it in conflict with the Chancellor's Office designation of holidays. And staff does have personal choice holidays that they could take whatever day off that depending on people's religions or personal needs. So I would just object and say that we did consider what you're raising, and that one of the reasons I'm supporting the amendment is for that fact. And so just wanted to share that. Before we go to Trustee Zia again, was there anyone else that wanted to chime in? Would you try to do one trustee once and then we'll come back? I see Trustee Malulu, and then we'll go to Trustee Zia next, speaking only to the amendment, not to the overall resolution. Trustee Malulu.
Thank you. Yes, so I agree with Trustee Baxter. I also have, I agree with Trustee Baxter's, the issues that she raised with regards to the amendment and with regard to the changes. I have a different opinion about this whole process, which to be honest with you, I'm afraid to share. And the reason why I'm afraid to share it, and I'm typically not the type of person to be fearful of sharing an opinion. And I'm not usually the type of person to be hesitant about sharing an opinion. However, in this situation, I almost feel like I'm walking on eggshells, and I'm really apprehensive about speaking, my truth with this, because I feel like no matter what I say, it's going to be, used against me. It's going to be misconstrued. I'm going to have a link sent to me tomorrow from something that's in the press that twisted my words or misquoted me. And I'd like to share with this body that I received a phone call yesterday from a member of the Jewish community here in Long Beach, who I know in passing, who asked me, and I was very surprised because I don't know this person well enough. Actually, the person had to get my phone number from somebody, asking why I changed the language on this resolution. And I was so floored by this question because I have had nothing to do with this resolution. Absolutely nothing. I have been so far removed from this resolution. I've had no input in either direction. I've made no suggestions, no changes. I haven't been in any meetings. I have not been a part of this process at all. So, when I didn't even know how to respond to that, being asked why I changed the language on something where I haven't said a thing. And so it was a very brief conversation. I said, I didn't, I have nothing to do with it. I'm probably the least involved of all trustees with this resolution. I have no opinion either way. But it's interesting because the person who called me just yesterday made it a point to say that he was told that, my name was, that I was being accused of and I didn't. And I think, the administrators, everybody knows I haven't been a part of this at all. So it really concerns me because Trustee Baxter made these excellent points about resolutions having the board included in the language, and that hasn't been done before. And while I don't have a problem with the overall premise of the resolution, just like I haven't had a problem with any of the resolutions that the district has supported for various causes and various ethnic groups and various celebrations that are monthly recognized by, national calendars, I haven't had any issue with that. I do have an issue with putting the district and the board and perhaps even the district administration into this, just kind of a sinkhole for future resolutions or potential legal problems with other groups. I mean, I have a problem with that because we are elected to protect the integrity of the district and to preserve the actions moving forward for everything we do. And I just feel like if we say no to something on this resolution because, looking into the future, this could potentially open up legal issues like our board counsel brought up and like other legal representatives have brought up. If we say no,
we're going to be, you know, anti-Semitic. We're going to be on the news. We're going to be labeled as the board. And yet no other community college has had to entertain this. No other academic institution has had to entertain this. But here we are. And it's just unfortunate because our job, our duty is to protect the district. And we as a board are putting ourselves out there with that language on a resolution that me as a Latina woman who asked for a resolution last year for Hispanic Heritage Month, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't require that the district include that language in the resolution. I wouldn't, you know, I wouldn't be so forceful into, you know, potentially putting the district in a situation where it's got to be defensive or district employees have to sit there and, you know, divulge their own personal religious views when there is, like Trustee Baxter said, discretionary holidays that they could take. I just, and I remember working with a Trustee Untuck on the African American Heritage Resolution also last year, or I don't know, was it 2019? 2020 is such a blur. Maybe it was 2019. But, you know, we didn't do anything that could possibly put the district in a situation where we're going to have to defend the entire district, defend employees, defend the administration, and certainly the board. So I'm concerned about that. And I'm also concerned that me raising this issue or agreeing with Trustee Baxter is going to portray us as bad people, as people who are not supportive of the cause. And I just, you know, it's just, you know, Trustee Zia, I commend you for the effort and the passion, the zeal that you have with this issue. It's wonderful. It's noteworthy. I'm ashamed because, as you know, my biological father is Palestinian, and I'm ashamed that I don't have a connection with my Arab family enough to feel the same passion. You know, I wish I did, and then maybe I'd have skin in the game. But, you know, my Arab family is Christian, Orthodox, Catholic. So I just feel bad. I wish I had more to contribute to this. I wish I could bring up experiences, and I don't have that. So I commend you for doing that. But at the same time, I think that perhaps you know, very obviously you want this really badly, and it'll be very important for you, which is great. I don't have a problem with that. But I just think that you might be putting the district in a situation where down the line, we're going to have a lot more of this. And I don't think that's your intention, but I don't think, you know, we're all able to see into the future to see what will happen. I don't know. That's all I have.
Thank you, Trustee Malauulu. We did try to be as tactful and as possible in amending the resolution, and the items that were viewed as legally controversial were removed, you know, or edited. So I don't believe in the legal review, and Board Counsel Ewing can also weigh in that this does put the board in any, or the district in any legal jeopardy by adopting. And Board Counsel Ewing, can you speak to that?
I can. Thank you, President Untuck. As I mentioned, I looked at this resolution through my legal lens, and I wanted to make sure that I protected the board and the district as best I could, looking at the language. And so, as you mentioned, some of the language was removed that I thought that might be a problem for the district. And so, erring on the side of caution, without eliminating the intent or the spirit of the resolution, you have what's before you. So, you know, the intent and spirit of the resolution is to recognize the definition of anti-Semitism, but at the same time, you know, I did keep in mind some of the legal issues that could arise with some of the language, and so that's why some of it was removed. So, in response to Trustee Malauulu's concerns, you know, I gave it my shot, gave it a very good shot to make sure that the district and the board was protected with this language that you have before you. And I would note I would mention on the point of holidays that several of the policies and laws and statutes that I previously cited protect groups' right to exercise their right in the employment context, their right to holidays. So if you are of a particular faith, the law protects you in California, and the federal law protects you if you want to exercise your faith. You just need to articulate it to your employer. And as Trustee Baxter mentioned, use the time you have on the books, right? If you have time on the books, you use that time. And then if you don't have that time, then you communicate that to your employer, and maybe you work out some sort of arrangement. So there is protection already under federal law and state law for the exercise of religion in the United States of America and in California. That exists in the employment context and in the educational institutional context as well. So any educational institution that receives state funding or federal funding must abide by the laws of the land. And the laws of the land say, many things, and I'm not going to recite them all again, but religious freedom is one of those laws, and the ability to exercise and practice your religion freely in the employment context is recognized in California and federally. It doesn't, whatever you could be Sikh, you could be Muslim, you could be Jewish, you could be Christian, doesn't matter. You have the right to exercise your religion.
Thank you, Board Council Ewing. And also to clarify, I did have multiple conversations with various, local Jewish community leaders and organizations, and the talking about this, the importance was the definition and focusing on the definition, and that's was our goal in the amendments were made, and many resolutions come forward, are amended, don't always come up the first meeting that they're introduced. I know I had a resolution I introduced last August that didn't come up until October. And that's very standard practice. One other item to clarify, I misspoke earlier on the 7th, whereas the references the Academic Senate regulation. While we did send this to Academic Senate for review, that was added by our staff, LBCC staff, added in the Statement of Professional Ethics adopted by the Academic Senate, and that regulation reference there. So just wanted to clarify that. We'll go to Trustee Zia next.
Yeah, so thank you. I just want to address, so this essentially it confirms what is already the law, Trustee Baxter. And I have no problem for us to set a precedent to respect other religions, such as, I have great value and respect, and I've worked very closely with the Muslim community. And they, why not? Let's be respectful of their holidays as well, as it is contemplated by law. So I don't think it's a bad precedent. We should respect all religions. This is just my personal perspective. Also, Trustee Malauulu, you said a lot. I'm respectfully going to disagree. There are plenty of academic institutions that have adopted this, including Foothill College. If we go ahead and pass this tonight, it will be the second community college. UC Santa Barbara has also passed it. There's plenty that were cited in the original and also in Europe. So it's University of Arizona and also other academic institutions. So it's unfair to say there hasn't been any, and I take exception to that, but I really do think this is time, we are a leader in the academic world, and I'd like to have us demonstrate that by just saying what's obvious. If it's within the law, purview of the law, let's just be outright condemning anti-Semitism and respect the holidays and not penalize any Jewish member of our community for observing it, which is contemplated by the law. But let's say it. Let's expressly say it. And with that, I don't have any further question. And if nobody else has anything else to say, President Ntuk, are we going to take a vote on my amendment first, and then and then go from there?
Yes, we will follow regular Robert's Rules of Order and sequence of the amendments prior to the overall resolution. But if you're finished, Trustee Baxter has her hand up.
Yes, I'll be quick. As I said, the resolution is fine as it is. But if there is an amendment, I will vote against it. And it has nothing to do with my feelings. It has to do with, I think, what's best. And I just don't want anyone to think that I'm anti-Semitic, because I'm not.
Thank you, Vice President Chico.
You know, I waited so I could hear everyone's comments about this because I know how passionate Trustee Zia is about this, as she should. We all need advocates. And I don't think that you have to be a member of that community to be an advocate and support. So I appreciate your advocacy, Trustee Zia, so much. And I was leaning in your direction until Trustee Baxter brought up these points that I was not aware of. And I think that they're valid points. So I'm glad that I waited to hear everyone's input. So I agree that we should continue with the resolution. I think that it is very clear that we are adopting and accepting this definition of anti-Semitism, and we will work to fight anti-Semitism as a college. But I think that the additional verbiage does muddy the waters a little bit. And so I also want to thank Board Counsel Ewing for his work and his research to ensure that we did make that this statement. But at the same time, we're very careful to protect the college as well. So I will be voting for the original resolution.
Thank you, Vice President Chico. Secretary Hahn, I think we're ready to take a vote on the amendment to the resolution. Oh, sorry, Jenny, do you have your hand up on about the amendment? You're on mute. You're on mute still.
I just Googled Foothill College, and isn't the internet wonderful? And their student body voted for the resolution, not the Board of Trustees.
You're correct, Trustee Baxter. In our research, we found that to be the same at UC Santa Barbara, Foothill, Arizona State, all the reference universities. It was a student government. And that's also why our resolution is not identical to student government, because they can do and say things that we can't, that we have constraints, and which is why it's been modified to the version that we have presented tonight. So last second time around, Trustee Malulu.
Thank you. Yes, Trustee Baxter is correct. And that's what I said when I spoke a few minutes ago, and Trustee Zia said she disagreed with me because I was incorrect. The actual academic institutions, no academic institution has actually adopted this. It's been all student body associations, associated student body. It would be as if our student body, ASB, were to propose a resolution and they would adopt it. It's not the district, it's not the board, it's a student association, which is very different. Inherently, there's a big difference. So it really does concern me. And unfortunately, that misinformation has been shared to the public. So it makes us look bad. And Trustee Baxter, like you, I'm also not anti-Semitic. And yet I've been broad stroked paint as if I am. And to the point where someone told me that I was the one who changed the language. And I want to repeat again, I've been completely removed from this process, never had a meeting, never been involved in any of this. And it's disheartening that, the misinformation that's out there. And my concern, as I was elected to have, is for the district. And that's what worries me. So thank you, Trustee Untuck, President Untuck.
Thank you. Secretary Hahn, can we have a roll call vote on the amendment, please? And you're on mute, Jackie. We still can't hear you, Jackie. Jackie, we still can't hear you. You're still on mute.
I'm so sorry. I'm just looking at you all like, why nobody's talking? Could somebody state the full amendment? Because I'm hearing the dialogue not going with the full amendment, or if it is, Sunny, Trustee Zia, would you be stating the amendment?
Sure,
With
yeah, the
full
amendment.
Context? Is that correct, Board President Ntuk?
Yeah, if Trustee Zia could restate it for.
Okay.
Yeah, and just to be clear, student bodies are part of an academic association and an academic body. So let's just be clear about that. This would be to add that be it resolved that Long Beach Community College District condemns all anti-Semitic speech and actions by members of the campus community, including students, faculty, Board of Trustee members, and staff, and respects, and its board members, administration, staff, faculty, and student leaders should respect the importance of Jewish holidays and faith traditions and accommodate Jewish members of the campus community to the best of their ability by ensuring they are not penalized or otherwise discriminated against for observing these holidays and traditions.
Okay, just so you know, I'm not entering that into the record right now. You're going to take the vote, and I will get that if this passes, or we'll take another vote, correct? Okay, Student Trustee Blackman? Is he still with
Abstain.
us? I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Abstained.
Okay, and Virginia Baxter?
Nay.
Herlinda Chico?
Nay.
Vivian Malauulu?
Nay.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk?
Aye.
And Sunny Zia?
Aye.
Motion fails.
Okay, we'll go back to the main motion of the resolution that was presented and attached on the board docs today. Is there any other discussion
moved.
on it's? We do already have a motion on that, so we're moving back to the main motion. I think Trustee Z already made the motion and Trustee Baxter seconded it. Back to the main resolution. Any discussion on this before we move forward for a vote?
Yeah, just that, you know, the bodies that I mentioned, whether student body or not, they're part of an academic institution, and they did demonstrate leadership, including UC Santa Barbara.
All right, seeing and hearing no other discussion, and call for a roll call vote to adopt the resolution.
Student Trustee Blackman?
Aye.
Virginia Baxter?
Aye.
Herlinda Chico?
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu?
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk?
Aye.
And Sunny Zia?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimous.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, David, for being with us tonight.
Thank you all.
Moving now to item 5.2, 5.3. We do have Long Beach City Councilwoman Suli Sara with us tonight to speak to both 5.2 and 5.3. And if we can, before we take up the items, give her an opportunity to speak both. The 5.2 is the resolution in solidarity with the Asian Pacific Islander Desi community. And item 5.3 is recognizing Cambodian genocide. And really honored for you to be with us tonight, Councilwoman Saro, and appreciate your patience. And the floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me this evening to make a few comments about item 5.2 and item 5.3. Evening or good night to all of you. As far as, I just want to thank you all for introducing the resolution to stand in solidarity with our Asian Pacific Islander Desi community against the acts of hate and racism that's been going on. You know, since the pandemic began about a year ago, the APID community has been unjustly blamed for the cause of the pandemic and has been subject to intimidation, harassment, and violence. And unfortunately, a large period of that time was really largely uncovered by the media and has really escalated to this point to be able to bring attention to it. And, last week when I introduced the item on City Council to condemn the hate incident and the xenophobic rhetoric that's been used and the harassment of the Asian Pacific Islander American community, it was just a really sad and chilling coincidence that the mass shooting in Atlanta, where 8 people were killed, including 6 Asian women, right an hour before I was going to introduce it. It shook me. I had to really hold back my tears and my reaction so that I could really just present on this item. And so I also want to express that it's not only an act of hate, but it's also a hate crime, but it's also an act against gender as well, as majority of them are Asian women. And, in response to the item, so many of the community members reached out to myself and staff expressing how scared and worried they are, not only for themselves, but their elderly parents who regularly go shopping on their own, to just taking even walks as they normally do to get their exercise. And I really wanted to create a space where we could all come together, and we did a vigil that Friday to bring everyone out. And really, it was largely presented by many of our community leaders and neighborhood leaders spoke to just share that we all stand together and that we're united and this is not tolerated in this city. But also acknowledge that we stand with our Black community members against all hate and racism, because we know that an attack against one is an attack against all, just as we stand with our LGBTQ community, where the lifeguard station was burned that's painted with the rainbow flag. So in the midst of this, I just am working with many of the community leaders to figure out how do we support people to do reporting, as we're hearing is that, well, there hasn't been any report made in the city. And I don't quite believe with over 65,000 Asian Pacific Islander that there isn't any incident. And I believe that if we can hear about them early on, usually verbal assaults, verbal harassment leads to physical harassment. An incident. And so we're figuring out ways to kind of do a panel and maybe a roundtable to gather, people so that we can figure out how to get this going. And I just want to thank you all for making sure that our AP, our Asian Pacific Island DESI community is seen and heard with this resolution, because any and all acts of love and support is really needed during this scary time. And I'm just so proud that we stand united against all acts of hate. Because that's just what's going to get us not only through together, is not only what has gotten us through the pandemic, but during this difficult time as well. And if I could just kind of take a little bit more time to comment on the Cambodian genocide resolution, I want to thank Madam Vice Chair, President Chico, for introducing this and acknowledging this very tragic event in our history that's brought so many Cambodians to making Long Beach the largest Cambodian community in the United States. As a daughter of survivors, it's so important to me that we never forget that this had happened and that it continues to happen, unfortunately, but that we are reminded to, again, with the previous incident, that we must continue to stand together against all these things that leads to violence and acts of hate. So I also just wanted to share too, I'll be introducing an item at City Council on April 14th to not only acknowledge the Cambodian New Year, but also the Remembrance Day. And we're working on a video right now that will be symbolic to expressing, symbols of the new year of growth and renewal, and highlighting Cambodian American stories that we want to honor the past, but look towards the future. What does it mean for Cambodian Americans of my generation who are really the children of survivor? How do we carry on that legacy, but also how do we ensure that we're helping to build our city, to be better and to create a brighter future for the future generations. So just want to thank you so much and grateful that on behalf of the Cambodian community of this resolution, and to mourn the lives that's been lost, and to celebrate the resiliency and perseverance of the Cambodian community and the students that go to LBCC. So thank you all so much for your hard work. I know it's hard, doing the work that we do as serving the public as well as our students. So I just want to express my gratitude to all of you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Sorrow, and thank you so much for being with us, and thank you for your leadership and all that you do. It's important that voices have not been historically heard are now at the table and have an opportunity to make change in these times. And unfortunate times that we live in. Before we go to the resolution, I see Vice President Chico, let's take you up, then we'll move to the resolution.
I appreciate that, President Intuk. Thank you. I want to thank Councilwoman Dr. Suli Sorrow for being here today to support this resolution. You are my sister in the community, and I appreciate all the work that you have done advocating for the Cambodian community. And I especially want to acknowledge, because this is something that many people may not know, but I thought it was important that LBCC adopted this resolution in line with the city of Long Beach, the county of Los Angeles, and with the state of California. I think it was the state of California that initiated it. And it was initiated because Suli was a staff member for Senator Ricardo Lara at the time. And so she worked with him. They passed the resolution at the state. So we have this resolution adopted by the state of California because of the advocacy of now Councilwoman Suli Sorrow. So I want to thank you because you have been a very dignified and fierce voice for the community, and you have helped to move the community forward, and at the same time, strengthen partnerships with other communities within Long Beach. So thank you for all your hard work. We really appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Vice President Chico. Thank you, Councilwoman Sorrow. We'll now move to item 5.2, resolution in solidarity with the Asian Pacific Islander Desi community. This is an action item of adopting this resolution. The recommended action is the Board of Trustees adopt resolution 032421D, solidarity with the Asian Pacific Islander Desi community. The resolution is attached and I'll need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Motion by Trustee. Seconded by Trustee Malauulu. To adopt the resolution, now open the floor for discussion.
Was it Trustee Zia who made the motion?
It was a Zia Malauulu motion.
Okay, thank
Motion.
you. Thank you.
Sorry. So I think I got Trustee Baxter and I got Trustee Zia with their hands up. Trustee Baxter, do you?
I think I
just
had my
wanted to
hand
po-
up first, President Intuk.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Trustee Baxter. I'm just trying to make sure we follow our own rules. I just wanted to thank you, Councilmember Sorrow, for coming and speaking so eloquently. I'm sorry you had to see some of the unpleasant of our exchange with on the other item initially, but hopefully next time it'll be a little bit more pleasant. But we really appreciate you. I'm so supportive of this item, and I'm so grateful for your hard work and the work and the wonderful community that we have. The Cambodian community is just one of my favorite community. And one of the reasons why I ran was to make sure we get, as you know, in my first swearing in 2014, we had a great exchange and a conversation to really support and give access to higher quality education for the youth and make sure they have that access. So I'm fully supportive. I am going to be here for you and your community and the community that is just really well deserving for a long time, forever. And you're pretty much stuck with me. I'm really happy to vote for this item.
Sorry, Trustee Baxter, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, President Tuck. I just wanted to point out, and Suli, I'm sure you know this, but we have been celebrating Chinese New Year and the Cambodian Festival at the Pacific Coast. And I wanted to point out that Danny Tan and Rotana Tim have been very involved as a number of our faculty and staff. And so this is something very, very important to Long Beach City College. It's been going on for years. And I'm so pleased with your election success. And I know you're going to do great because I knew you when you were working for Ricardo. And congratulations, and I'm glad you're here tonight.
Thank you, Trustee Baxter. So moving forward, and just like before we take a vote, thank you again, Councilwoman Sorrow. And again, we thank you, Dr. Munoz, for putting the statement out before the meeting to our campus community about our stance on racism and anti-Asian hate rhetoric. We've unfortunately had the worst year ever in 2020 and had political rhetoric that was unacceptable and demonizing the Asian American community and trying to falsely connect the COVID virus. And it's just spinning out of control. I mean, the number of hate crimes, incidents, mass shootings, we have to speak up against it, but we also have to take action. And so I think tonight's resolution is a small step forward in taking action. And as we continue to move in the community and move forward, echo the words of, if you see something, say something. If you know about an incident, even may appear small or may not appear significant, it may lead to a larger discovery, may give some indication of something. Either you can report to, we have an EEO officer on campus, any of the deans or faculty members. It's just important that we don't stand in silence when this type of behavior occurs. And so we share in the sadness and the anger of the moment, but we also stand in solidarity. And before we go to the vote, I have Trustee Malauulu has her hand up.
Thank you, President Umtak. I wasn't going to say anything because I just feel like we just keep going around in circles, concurring with each other. But Councilwoman Dr. Sorrow, thank you for being here and being patient. And you already know. So your work is very valuable in my West Side community that I represent. So it's a pleasure to work with you and partner with you on so many other issues. I would just like to speak on this particular resolution as well. Even though I am not a member of the Asian Pacific Islander community, DESI community, my children are, my husband is, and this has also been a long time coming, and I'm really proud of the work that a lot of our API students on campus have done. Not just recently. I mean, this has been a very active group on campus for many years, and I'm really grateful. And I know that Trustee Chico had a hand in this resolution. So Board President, Board Secretary Han, I would have no issue if Trustee Chico is the person credited with making the second on this. I just think that I know some of us are very antsy and we jump the gun to make the motion and to go on record for whatever reason. But I just think, the common sense should yield. And Trustee Chico, I think you should get the second on this, if not the actual motion, because you were the one who initiated it. I think it's the right thing to do.
Thanks so much. I appreciate that. I'll share the love. I appreciate that. And I'll wait for 5.3 and hopefully I can make the motion. I can.
You just got to be really fast because some people are just sitting there like this waiting to do it.
I'm going to catch up. I'll get used to it. But thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Malauulu. We can make that amendment to the second. So no problem.
Oh, that's okay. Like I said, I'm willing to share, and that was very generous and very thoughtful. But I'll try to get in for the next motion.
All right, thank you. And Trustee Zia, I don't know if your hand is left up from before or you have another thing.
No, I apologize. I'm just slow in bringing it down.
Thank you. All right, Secretary Han, can we take a roll call vote, please?
Student Trustee Blackman,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Herlinda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Thank you. The resolution is adopted unanimously. Moving to item 5.3, resolution recognizing Cambodian genocide is an action item. The Board of Trustees adopts resolution 032421B, recognizing Cambodian genocide as submitted. The attachment is there. Vice President Chico, would you like to make a motion?
I would love to make that motion. I move to adopt this resolution.
Is there a second?
Second.
Trustee Zia with the second. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion about recognizing Cambodian genocide resolution as attached? All right, I think we had some good discussion. Again, thank you, Dr. Sorrow, for being with us. I'm glad we're able to recognize this. Long Beach has an important role of, if not the largest, one of the largest Khmer communities in the world. And I share, like Trustee Malulu, my oldest daughter is Khmer. So I've been involved with the parade and many community events for the last 22 years now as a parent. So it's great to have you in City Council and have this resolution before the board to recognize what was a very tragic historical event that we do not want to have repeated again. But we need to continue to educate our next generation of students about what happened and make sure our community knows so that we can stand up against it if it ever comes again in the future. So if there's no other discussion, Secretary Hahn, call for a roll call vote, please.
Student Trustee Blackman,
Aye.
Erlinda Chico,
Aye, and thank you again, Dr. Sorrow. Appreciate it.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
I think you forgot to call on me, but I'm an aye.
And I clicked your name.
You already put me down for an aye. Okay.
Virginia Baxter, thank you.
Aye.
It's getting late.
Passes unanimously. Thank you so much, Jackie 5-0.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Show, for being with us tonight. All right, we'll move now back to agenda item 4.1, our legislative update. I know Dale is with us from Sacramento, and there's an attached presentation. So I'll go to Dr. Munoz to start 4.1 on the legislative update. And I think we have a 20 or 30 minute
Yes,
time for this.
thank you, President Ntuk and members of the board. Tonight's legislative update will be presented by Dr. Dale Shimasaki, our legislative lobbyist with Strategic Education Services. The California State Legislature is currently in the beginning of the bill process, and Dale will be providing an update on the 2021 legislative calendar, state budget priorities, proposed legislation, policy issues, and an overview of federal issues. I will now turn it over to Dr. Dale to present the board with a legislative update. The presentation will be about 10 minutes and will follow with Q&A. Thank you. So Dale, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Munoz. Let me start off by saying, on behalf of Strategic Education Services, we'd like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to work with you again this year. We've enjoyed the relationship, and we believe in the mission and the priorities of the district, and we look forward to working with you and trying to secure the priorities that benefit the district and the students that you serve. And let me apologize for my congested voice. The good news is that it's spring in Sacramento, and the bad news is there's a lot of pollen, and I acquired a case of hay fever. So I've been blowing my nose and trying to clear my throat all day today. If we could go to the next slide. Oh, we're here on slide on the legislative session and calendar. Oh, let's go back to the calendar just for a second. I apologize. The deadline for bills to be introduced was on February 19th. And this year, this week, we're finishing up just really the first week of hearings. Literally, the Assembly Ed Committee and the Senate Ed Committee just had their first set of hearings on the bills. When they return after the spring recess, starting on April 5th, there's going to be a real effort to try to run through 2,300 bills in a very short time frame. And for the challenge that the legislature has is because it is the COVID-19 pandemic, there are only a few hearing rooms that are actually available where you can actually social distance. So the hearing schedule is going to be fairly congested. There are going to be a lot of bills heard in a very short time frame. So what's going to happen likely is a number of bills will be passed out on consent more than usual. The Assembly also has a goal of only of only 12 bills per member that will go through the Senate. And if they adhere to that objective, that means they'll have to hold 600 bills in the Assembly in either the policy committees or the appropriations committee. So it's going to be a challenge on trying to manage legislation this year. And as it shows here, this will be happening in the midst of having the budget bill passed by midnight on June 15th. If we could go to the next slide. The key budget priorities that the community colleges have centered around, both at the district level and the state level and through the league, seem to center around these 4 areas. One is to make sure that the cost of living adjustment provided to community colleges is the same as that for K-12 education. In K-12, the governor's budget provided a 3.84% cost of living adjustment, but for the community colleges, they only received a 1.5% COLA. And we're seeking equity because we're both in Proposition 98. So we're going to, if more ongoing revenues become available, the big priority is to make sure that we get the same COLA as K-12. The second priority is that because there is more one-time money that will be coming into the state, that we would like to pay down the remaining balance of the deferrals that were implemented last year in the state budget. The good news is that the governor's budget provides $1.1 billion in one-time money to pay down the community college deferral. There's still a $326.5 million balance, and we hope that the additional one-time money we get in the budget will be available to pay that down. The third item is on STRS and PERS. And as you know, that we've been trying to reduce the employer contribution rates for STRS and PERS retirement programs. And again, if there's more one-time monies that become available, we can reduce that employer contribution rate even further. And if we do that, that frees up more ongoing monies for you to use for other priorities within your district. And the final thing is trying to secure additional one-time funds for deferred maintenance needs. One of the other inequities that occurred in the budget proposal was that UC and CSU got funding for deferred maintenance. The community colleges didn't receive any money. So for parity purposes, we want to make sure that the community colleges get their fair share of money for deferred maintenance. If we go to the next slide, this year there tends to be bills clustered in 2 or 3 different policy areas that affect the community colleges, and one relates to CalFresh. People are realizing that the availability of CalFresh benefits has the potential of assisting needy students in post-secondary education. And to that end, there are 4 bills that are trying to link up CalFresh benefits to those of needy community college students and students in higher education. And you can see the 4 bills here. They all do take a different approach. They either try to get the benefits through student orientation programs, or they trigger a notification that goes to all students who receive a Board of Governors grant, or if they're enrolled in certain kinds of classes. But they all have the same objective, that if you're in post-secondary education, you have need, that they want to find a way to link up CalFresh benefits. Because there are multiple proposals, the effort will be to try to put together a package of these bills and send it to the governor, or that they will try to consolidate all these into the budget trailer bill when the budget is adopted, incorporating some or all of these concepts. But you can be assured that something is going to happen in this area, given the interest by 4 different legislators. Next. The second area is on capital outlay. There's 2 proposals being proposed on capital outlay: bond funding, a state general fund obligation bond in capital outlay. One is AB 75 by your local legislator, Patrick O'Donnell. It provides a kindergarten through community college facilities bond. It doesn't have a specific appropriation yet, but as the bill moves through and he identifies what the needs are in K-12 and community colleges, he will amend the bill to reflect what that unmet need is. The Senate also has a bill on capital outlay facilities by Senator Glazer. It's a $15 billion appropriation for capital outlay. It provides $6 billion for higher education, $2 billion for each of the segments, UC, CSU, and community colleges. It's similar to the allocation of the last bond. The one issue about doing equal portions for UC, CSU, and community colleges is that it's skewed in favor of the University of California, because the UC only has 9 campuses. $2 billion goes a lot further than in $2 billion in the community colleges, which has 116 campuses. So one of the inequities that we're going to try to address as this bill moves through is to make sure the community colleges gets its fair share of funding based on the number of campuses and the number of students, and not just because all segments should be created equal, because they aren't equal in size and in terms of facilities. The next slide. As you know, I think in education, folks did a very good job of getting laptops provided to students this past year in a very short time frame in response to the pandemic. But one of the issues that never got resolved was that of broadband access and the ability for students to access connectivity for the laptops that they had. And to that end, there's also 4 pieces of legislation that tries to promote broadband access in a variety of ways. And similar to the CalFresh issue, there's going to be an effort, I think, to put together a legislative package on broadband access, which will hopefully include community colleges in one way or another. Their approaches, as you can see here, includes a grant program from the Public Utilities Commission. There's also a broadband general obligation bond that's being proposed. And then there's also a voucher program that's being considered as well. Next slide. There's also going to be an effort to expand and make dual enrollment programs permanent. The AB 102 was actually heard today in committee and it passed out of committee. It repeals the sunset date of the dual enrollment program, and it also makes dual enrollment programs accessible to county offices of education. There was some problem in the law, which it wasn't clear if county offices of education were eligible to participate in dual enrollment. So this bill also makes that clarification. Next slide. Another big issue is financial aid reform. Community colleges represents 2/3 of the higher education enrollment in California. But in financial aid and the Cal Grant program, only 6% of Cal Grant resources get allocated to community college students. So to that end, AB 1456 is trying to create a Cal Grant reform where every student with an expected family contribution of 0 will be given first priority to receive a Cal Grant, a state Cal Grant. What this will do is that it will increase the number of community college students who will be first in line to receive Cal Grant funds. And not only will they receive monies under the reform for offsetting tuition costs, in which community colleges are relatively lower than UC, CSU, and the privates, they will also get money for other educational costs, such as housing, transportation, textbooks, and so forth. So by making this reform, it will greatly benefit community college students. Next slide. Mental health is also another issue that was also became an increasing concern due to the COVID-19 pandemic. AB 940 is trying to take existing Proposition 63 money and get a portion of those funds to be allocated for mental health programs in the University of California, the California State University community colleges. Assemblymember McCarty doesn't have an exact amount appropriated for this bill yet, but as it moves through the process, he will try to identify an amount or percentage that will be accessed from Prop 63 funds. Next. In addition to those topic areas of great interest to the community college system, there's a few other bills that are of interest that we're watching. One is AB 367 by Christina Garcia, which requires UC, CSU, and community colleges to stock at least 50% of their restrooms with free menstrual products to be available at all times. She carried this bill in the last legislative session, but was unsuccessful, primarily due to funding constraints. We're hopeful that funding could be made available for that program. AB 469 will require high school students to fill out a FAFSA or DREAM Act application. And this was also included in the governor's budget proposal. And the governor's budget decided that the reason that they would like to see high school seniors fill out this FAFSA or DREAM Act application is it will help students identify and realize that they might be eligible for financial aid. And in doing so, it might change their decision or encourage them to attend higher education if they knew that they were eligible for a certain amount of financial aid funds. And this bill is a little bit different than the governor's proposal in that it allows school districts to exempt students for extenuating circumstances. The third bill is a bill that was introduced last year but didn't move due to the COVID-19 pandemic, is by Assemblymember Al Murasucci to provide an ethnic studies requirement to be offered in the community colleges. Last year, AB 1460 by Assemblymember Shirley Weber was introduced, which requires a graduation requirement at the CSU in lower division, a graduation requirement to take an ethnic studies course. Because it's a lower division requirement, this bill conforms to the CSU requirement for transfer students. AB 1187 by Jackie Irwin makes supervised tutoring available for state apportionment funding. Again, this was a bill that was introduced a couple of years ago, last session, and it didn't move because of COVID-19. We're hopeful that this bill will move again this session to make certain tutoring programs eligible for state apportionment funding. AB 1216 by Rudy Salas changes the governing board requirements for student board members. It provides compensation for student members to be the same as for other members. It allows student board members to participate in closed sessions, except for cases of collective bargaining and personnel matters. It allows them to also make motions and seconds in board meetings, but it does not provide a full vote. It does allow and require an advisory vote, but not a full vote. And it requires the Board of Governors and the State Chancellor to look at ways, if any, to provide a full voting rights to student board members for future sessions. And then the final bill of interest is AB 1432 by Assemblymember Lowe, which will repeal the Calbright College that exists in the 22-23, and it will repeal it by no later than the 22-23 year. Next slide. And lastly, although I'm not authorized to be your federal lobbyist, I thought I would just give a brief update of the last stimulus package, just as a FYI. There's $39.6 billion that was appropriated in higher education for the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. The State Chancellor's Office estimates the community colleges will receive $2.3 billion in funding. All of that will be allocated directly to the colleges. It will not go through the state chancellor's office. Of that amount, 1/2 of it, of 1.15 billion, goes for student emergency grants. So for it's grants to meet the needs for students, and the remaining amount goes for for the institutional support of the colleges. One of the big benefits of this stimulus is that we were able to allocate half of it by head count instead of FTES. And that was a benefit because, as you know, community colleges by and large are mostly part-time students. And when you do FTE basis only, we get less funding. But because 1/2 is allowed by head count, we were able to get additional funding for California. This funding, you don't have to spend it right away. You have until the 2023 year to expend the resources, which was different from the previous stimulus packages where you had to hurry up and spend it by a certain time frame. So this gives you a little bit more lead time and breathing room to figure out how to plan and appropriate the funds as you see appropriate. Let's see, I think that's the last slide, and I'm available for questions and discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Shimasaki. We'll be able to open the floor for questions, but one question before we go, I could ask, I know you're not our federal lobbyist, but at the end of the year, there was a stimulus package, I believe had Pell Grant amendments. I know many times we've lobbied for the second chance Pell Grants of formerly incarcerated or students who had had a drug conviction. Can you talk briefly about that FAFSA reform and when that goes into effect?
Well, let's see, there was a FAFSA simplification form that reduces the questionnaire from 100 items to like 30 items, and that was adopted in the last package. With respect to who's eligible and the changes, I don't have that right off the top of my head, but I could certainly bring that back to you. I can look it up and bring it back to you. But there are changes in the construction of Pell Grant and the grant amounts partly because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And I think it's going to result in additional Pell Grant amounts per student as a result of the changes. But the big piece is the simplification form, because it when you look at that form, it's pretty intimidating, and to reduce it to 30 entries is a pretty significant change.
That is. And of course, I asked a federal question. We had a state update. So thanks for that. Appreciate it. We'll go to Vice President Chico.
So you did open the can of worms for federal issues. So I apologize too, and it is along the lines as President Ntuk's question. So I'm glad you asked that, President Ntuk. But I'm also curious about the federal student emergency grants, and if our formerly incarcerated and undocumented students will be able to access those funds as well. I don't know if you have that answer, but if you do, I'd love to hear it.
I do not, but I will look that up and I'll get that back to you as soon as I can.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
Trustee Malauulu has her hand up. Real hand up.
Hello, Dale. Thank you for being with us this evening and for your patience. I just have a quick question. Of all the bills that you just outlined, I know that when we are able to go on lobby day to Sacramento, I always ask you, you've got your finger on the pulse of the legislature. Are there any bills in particular that you think will be successful no matter what, and some that you think are just absolutely not going to pass with regard to community colleges?
I think just in general, I think there is going to be something on CalFresh because there's so much legislative interest among different members. I feel the same way about broadband because Senator Lena Gonzalez, who's with your district, and Assemblymember Aguiar Curry really tried to get a package through last year. and it just fell short. And I think, they came out right out of the box. In fact, Senator Gonzalez contacted us back in the fall about her intent to run the bill again. So she was really energized. And I don't think it's going to fall through the cracks this time. And I think capital outlay will happen, but it won't happen this year. It will happen next year because they'll gear up for the election. And then finally, I think the Calbright proposal, it will get through the legislature. The big question is whether the governor will sign the bill or veto the bill. And last year, when the Senate tried to pare back and reduce the scope of Calbright, it was the administration that stopped the proposal. So the question will be whether the governor will still feel that way going into this legislative session.
Okay, and then I have one more question. State Bill 452, that's the one, Immigration and Refugee Affairs. I didn't hear you mention that in your report, but will that have an impact on community colleges?
I'll have to look at
undocumented students?
Yeah, I get back to you on that. Yeah, I didn't have that on my list. Let me take a look at that, a second look at that, and I can get back.
Okay. The only reason why I'm asking is because it specifically addresses immigration issues. And I think that for a lot of our community college students, if that bill passes, there will be an impact to our students.
Okay. Let me take a look.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
And just, you'll follow up with us with an email?
Yes. And let's see, should I give it back through Jeff Wood or through your superintendent president? What's the best way for you?
Whatever is easiest, it'll get to us.
Okay, I will do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Dale.
Uh-huh.
Jeff Wood is fine, and he'll make sure I receive it, and I'll distribute it to the board.
Okay.
Thank you. Trustee Baxter's next.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dale, for an excellent presentation. I hope you feel better soon. I have two questions. First of all, who is going to be the quote unquote community college advocate now that Shirley Weber has been promoted? Or who do you see as the most influential in both the Assembly and the Senate?
I think in the Senate, it will be Senator Laird. He was a former trustee at Cabrillo College. And during the Senate Budget Committee hearings on community colleges, he really drilled down on the questioning, and he approached issues with a level of detail and sophistication that I think caught the Department of Finance off guard about how much detail and familiarity he had with the issues. On the Assembly side, I think it will also be a budget person. I think to start, it will be Kevin McCarty on the budget side of issues. I also think Patrick O'Donnell will be very strong on the community colleges, especially with respect to capital outlay. And even though this may be a new development, I think because of the bills he is carrying, Assemblymember Medina will be more active in community colleges than he was in past years. His major priority last session was on the K-12 ethnic studies bill, and that still is his priority, AB 101. But he's also taken on the repeal of the sunset date for the pilot program for the baccalaureate degree program, which was something he did not do or take ownership of, but he's decided to take that on as the author. So that represents a significant change of his legislative interest in addition to what he's doing with ethnic studies.
Okay, thank you. Good. And then my second question is, and this is a terrible thing to say, I will not be sad if Calbright goes away, because I think it's a huge portion of the budget for community colleges. And I think that the community colleges have proven that we are very adept at doing online education. From day one, and the chancellor won't like me saying this, but from day one, I felt that it was a bad idea because what it would do, and I don't think it did do that, but it would actually make our online programs weaker. And thank goodness, we have proven, I think, to the state of California that we are easily adept at pivoting and at adjusting. And I hope, the money, and I know it's a lot, the appropriation for that could be spread out to the 110 community colleges.
Yeah, and
Soapbox, I'm sorry.
so just to comment on that, the Assembly Budget Committee hearing heard the Calbright issue, and you sort of hit on all the arguments that the members of the legislature hit on, that, the issue was, they raised the question, well, can community colleges offer digital online education effectively? And the COVID-19 pandemic really proved that yes, it can. They also addressed the issue that we have a $25 million appropriation on ongoing money, which is serving only a handful of students, and that wouldn't that $25 million be applied better elsewhere in the community college side of the budget? There was not most, but the Democratic members all started their opening statements on the hearing saying that we were willing to give this program the benefit of the doubt, but now after seeing some trend line analysis, that they were disappointed in the outcomes and the progress. So the trend is, up to then, it was only the Senate that was raising concerns, but now you have both houses unifying behind this issue. And that's why I've said that, the bill is going to reach the governor's desk. What's going to happen at that point is the big question. So there's a lot more momentum than there was last year.
Who should we reach out to let and I'm speaking for myself, I have no idea what the rest of the board feels, but who as I as an individual should reach out to let them know, my feelings. And secondly, because I used to run the foundation, we used to ask trustees, board members, not LBCC trustees, but ask foundation governors to send letters to key people.
Well, I think your local legislative delegation is
So Patrick O'Donnell and Lena Gonzalez.
Senator Gonzalez, to let them know where you are on the issue, but also I think it's Department of Finance and Lande Jose at the governor's office. I think those are the pivotal points in the decision-making process.
Could you send me the name of the person
Sure.
in the governor's office I can't spell who that person is, but thank you very much. And, I don't know how the rest of you feel, but, $25 million even divided 115 ways would still be a buck or two.
Sounds like we had a positive test during the COVID-19 era.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
We don't need it, or that we can do it ourselves. All right. No pun intended. All right, Vice President Chico.
There was one other bill that I forgot to ask about, and I don't know if it's moved forward or not, and that was SB 290, Senator Skinner, and it was basically to incentivize student housing. Do you have any information about, do you remember?
Well, the process is just started on all these bills, and I don't know if her bill had a hearing yet, but I'm aware of the bill. There are a couple other bills.
In March, but I
Oh,
don't.
it is? Okay.
But I don't know when.
Okay. So it might be this week, and I'll check, but there's another bill by Assemblymember McCarty, which is establishing a revolving fund for student housing too. So there's a couple of ideas circulating about student housing. And the governor's budget also has $100 million for housing and food insecurity, which is good news, but the bad news is only one-time money. So that's that's sort of the downside of some of these proposals. You've got one-time money that's available, but once you start up the program, get it moving, we have no idea if we can continue it in the future. So, so it's going to be a challenge trying to figure out how we could creatively use it and sustain it.
Yeah, and I do know that we are looking at housing opportunities, and I think it's great that there are several bills that are addressing this issue, and maybe they can complement one another, because I believe this particular bill is about incentivizing affordable housing opportunities for our students.
Okay.
So there's a lot of different ways that we can move forward with that. So I think I'd really like to be kept apprised on the movement of those housing bills as well.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do a search for you on that for the trustees on that. Okay.
Thank you.
And Vice President Chico, I use the thing called the Google, and on Ledge Info, March 18th, they had a hearing on SB 290 on the density bonus for student housing. So it passed at a committee last week.
Perfect. Thank you. And I should probably use the Google a little bit more too. I just, multitasking.
Dale, thank you so much for your presentation tonight. We'll move on to our next agenda item. Thank you so much. We'll be in touch before you're following up with you.
Take care.
Moving back to section 5 now. We're going to go to 5.4. We already did 5.1, 5.2, and 5.3. So we have 5.4, 5.5, and 5.6 to do. 5.4 is a resolution recognizing Women's History Month. This is an action item recommending action. The Board of Trustees adopt resolution 032421A, recognizing Women's History Month. And this is a motion and a second.
Second.
I have the motion by Trustee Baxter, and I had the first second by Vice President Chico. Now open the floor for discussion on Women's History Month resolution. Trustee Baxter has her digital hand.
Thank you, President. As the founder of the History of American Women course in 1972, I am very, very pleased that we are having this resolution. It's incredibly appropriate, and I've salute it and am positively behind it.
Thank you. I did see Trustee Malulu had her manual hand up before Vice President Chico had her digital hand up. So Trustee Malulu.
Yeah, this is, I'm thrilled about this resolution. It's great, but I just wanted to say something to our FA President, Diana Ogamachi. I know she's not on the screen, but the Zoom digital background that she had at the beginning of the meeting was the one I was planning on using throughout the meeting. So when I saw her using it, I had to scramble and find a new one. So anyway, I just want to say that it really pleases me to see so many of you with different backgrounds. And that's probably the only thing I'm really going to miss about Zoom is seeing how creative and everybody can be. But I do have another one, and I just wanted to share it, and it was going to be part of my report. And let me just show you real quick, and you all tell me how great this is. Do you see it? Can you all see that? Those are all the Disney princesses, and they've all evolved into professionals. They all have a career wardrobe and briefcases and graduation regalia. They're astronauts and doctors. And I was using that for my Zoom meetings the week of International Women's Day. So I'm really happy that the district is recognizing the contributions of so many women. And I love all the events, and I love all of the opportunities that we've had for guest speakers. I just think it's been an incredible month with so much to celebrate. And, again, as usual, I just can't wait to be able to do all this in person. So we'll go back to being our typical busyness. But thank you. And yes, I wholeheartedly support this. And I can't believe we've never done that before. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Malulu. Vice President Chico.
So I'd also like to acknowledge the Women's History Month, and so happy for everybody that contributed, and to the staff and volunteers who put together the events for this month, which were incredible. I was so proud to be part of the opening event. The feedback that I received was overwhelming. I'm so happy about it. And I also want to thank staff for including Latina History Day in our resolution with the makeup, the demographics of our school. The college is majority Latina, and we have 2 on the board. And so I'm very happy that we were able to incorporate that a little bit and acknowledge that the history and the contributions of Latinas as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Trustee Zia.
Yes, I wanted to echo my colleagues' comments. I'm not going to restate them, but I really appreciate it. And I also wanted to say happy Equal Pay Day, and what an apropos time for us to pass this resolution on a very monumental day. And I will happily and gladly vote yes for it.
Thank you, everybody. I agree with your comments. All right, Board Secretary Hahn, can we take a roll call vote?
Student trustee Blackman. Student trustee.
I think he's on mute.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Berlinda Chico.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
And Sunny Zia.
Aye.
I'll try one more time for student trustee Blackman. He's having dinner.
We'll call it internet issues. All right,
Yeah.
thank you. Passes unanimously. All right, we'll go to next agenda item, and section 5 is reappointment of Citizens Oversight Committee. This is 5.5. We have 6 people up for reappointment. This is the Citizens Oversight Committee for our bond oversight. This is an action item. It's a recommendation that the Board of Trustees reappoint Aaron Moore, Dr. Rebecca Turrentine, Eric David, Sharon Dix Jackson, Joan Greenwood, and Eric Berg to the Citizens Oversight Committee for the respective terms of office, representing the following groups as submitted. The dates are there. There's an attachment with their bios, and there's the category. And I know this was something that's been a little delayed with the pandemic, and we'll have another reappointment of folks in June. So if there's a motion to accept these renominated positions, Trustee Baxter.
Oh,
move.
Second.
Vice President Chico with the second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the appointees tonight? Trustee Baxter, is that a leftover hand, or did you have something?
Oh, that's a leftover hand. I'm sorry.
No problem. Okay, we'll move to the roll call vote, starting with our student trustee, if he's back with us.
Student trustee Blackman. Virginia Baxter.
Aye, and I should have said thank you to these wonderful people for serving.
Berlinda Chico.
Aye, and I agree with Ginny that thank you for everybody who is serving.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Thank you, everyone. It's adopted and everyone's reappointed. Thank you, everybody. Moving to item 5.6, Community College Trustees, the CCT 2021 board elections. We have 7 candidates here. This also is an action item. The recommendation of the Board of Trustees approve the selection of 7 nominations for the candidates listed below. Votes will be announced and submitted via e-ballot no later than April 25th to the CCT Elections Committee of the statewide organization. We've done this before, where each trustee gets 7 votes, and then we tally up whoever gets the most votes. We forward on those names to the committee. is there any discussion before we go to our individual votes on who will vote for who? Or anybody have any discussion on any of the candidates? I know I've gotten several email blasts where everybody says they're great.
They are.
The man who dropped out.
Oh, there's one, number 9 withdrew.
Yes.
So there's 17 candidates, 7 votes.
One incumbent.
One incumbent. Who's the incumbent?
It is Gregory Pensa from Allen Hancock.
Oh, and he has a star next to his name.
Yes.
Okay.
So if, when we call your name, if you will give me if you're all looking at the list, if you would give me the number, that would be the easiest way for me to check off the name in the row. Is that okay?
Sure.
I'm ready.
So I just, President Antek, I just have a process question for Board Secretary. Jackie, and forgive me if my memory is just shot, but did we do it this way before where each trustee, where we gave the name openly? Or, because I remember there was one where we emailed you or we submitted something in writing, but it was for the same thing. Am I confusing?
We'll make it quick. The last year, we did it by a tally sheet. The previous year, we were asking for text or email. That became a little complicated. So last year we did with the sheet that I have, the recording sheet. So you're gonna tell me verbally, orally.
And that's what you want this time?
Yes, it's much
Okay,
easier.
I just want to make sure that we're doing it right. I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me. I just want to make sure we're doing it right.
Yes.
Okay.
President Antek, I'm ready when you are.
Okay, and remind everybody, this is a public vote, so people are watching. You can't secretly vote for your top 7. All right, so.
Well, it's 72 districts that will be voting, so.
Yeah,
they
we're
still
not the
don't know.
only ones.
Yeah.
Okay, before we go to vote, Trustee Zia, just put her hand up before we vote.
Yeah, I apologize. I should have brought this up earlier as a process as well. I don't really feel comfortable voting, and I don't really know enough about the candidates. So I'd like to remove myself from the voting process and abstain.
Or you could just vote my way and solve the whole thing.
That is a very valid point, Trustee Dr. Baxter. I'll vote with you then. You're the boss, same as it ever was.
I couldn't resist. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I cannot do that. Okay, let's start with Jenny Baxter. You want to start?
Sure. Okay, number 1, Yvette Davis from Glendale.
Just give me the number, not the name.
Yeah, I said number 1.
Right, not the name.
He is number 1, but I just want to verify.
I know, it's hard for me to.
Number 3,
okay.
Marguerite Bulkin from Yosemite. Because I didn't do the numbers, I got to look. Number 5, Bernardo Perez from Ventura. Number 6, Greg Penson from Allen Hancock. Because I didn't do this, I got to look for the number. It's maybe you know which one it is. Nan Gomez from Kern.
13.
Yes, number 13, Nan Gomez. Then Mary Lombardo. Number 15, Mary Lombardo from Copper Mountain.
Okay.
And number 18, Deborah Aikida from State Center.
Okay, you have 7. Okay. VP Chico, would you like to?
I don't have the list of numbers. I have the names.
Okay, that's fine. Just be patient with me looking for them.
Absolutely no problem. So Yvette Davis, Glendale.
Okay.
Bernardo Perez, which I think Ginny said 5. Gregory Pensa, which I think is 6.
Correct.
Barbara Calhoun. Nan Gomez, Heitzberg. Margaret Fishman from Sonoma.
Okay.
And Deborah Aikida.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Vivian Malauulu, would you like to?
Yes, so I will also go with number 1. I will go with number 5,
Okay,
number 8,
okay,
number 12,
okay,
number 16,
okay.
17, and 18. Do I still have one left?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, that's 7.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, Board President Ntuk.
Almost feel like we're playing bingo here. Let's see. I'm going to go with number 1,
Okay,
number 2, number
okay,
5, 12, 13, 16, and 18. I think that's 7.
2, 4, 7. Okay. And Trustee Zia, you are not voting, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Number 1, Yvette Davis. Number 5, Bernardo Perez. Number 6, Gregory Pensa. Number 12, Barbara Calhoun. Number 13, Nan Gomez Heitzberg. Number 16, Michelle Jenkins. And number 18, Deborah Akita. Okay, that's our 7 final, and we'll submit those to our e-ballot, and I'll send you all an email verification copy of that.
Thanks.
And the rating sheet, so you'll know that I reported it correctly.
And the names will be in the minutes for next month.
Yes. Mhm.
Awesome.
Yes, and they will be in the agenda item under the vote, so.
All right. Thank you
Okay.
so much.
Yeah, that went well.
Yeah, complete section 5. We're moving to section 6. We're like halfway through the meeting now. Section 6 is consent agenda. Any items can be removed from the agenda separately if a member of the board trustee
Oh.
requests.
Excuse me, Board President Ntuk,
Yes.
I left item 5.6. We need a motion and a second
Oh, for those
to
7?
submit the vote.
Yes.
For me
So
to
moved.
submit it by email ballot.
We'll take a step back to that, to agenda item 5.6. So we'll entertain a motion for those 7. I think I heard Trustee Baxter make a motion. Is there a second? Trustee Zia, is your hand for the second?
No, my hand is on the consent agenda to pull an item.
Second.
All right, Vice President Chico is a second for the 7 members that were voted on to be adopted. Any further discussion on these 7? Seeing and hearing none, we'll do a roll call vote. Secretary Hahn?
Student Trustee Blackman,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Herlinda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Abstain.
Thank you.
All right, it passes 4-0, 1 abstention. All right, now moving on to section 6.1, any item that can be removed from the consent calendar. Looks like we have Trustee Zia has her hand.
Yes, I'd like to pull item 6.8.
6.8. Anyone else?
Purchase-
Seeing and hearing no other hands, we'll move forward to 6.2, which is adoption of the agenda of the consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda must be acted upon in one motion. I'll need a motion to adopt the remaining consent agenda items except for 6.8.
So moved.
Motion by trustee Baxter. Is there a second? I'll second it. All right. So we'll have a Baxter Ntuk motion here to adopt the consent calendar except for 6.1. Any further discussion? I mean, sorry, 6.8, not 6.1, 6.8. See any hearing?
6.2.
Well, we're on 6.2, but the motion is all to adopt the consent calendar except for 6.8.
Yes, that's where the action takes place, though.
Right.
I thought you said 6.1.
So yeah, it's 9 o'clock saying all kind of sickness, but I meant 6.8.
I'm glad I'm not the only one that misspeaks. Okay.
So we'll take a vote on that, Secretary Hahn.
Student trustee Blackman, with the exception of academic and classified personnel. Student trustee Blackman?
Sorry, there, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Aye.
Okay, thank you. Virginia Baxter? Aye. Perlinda Chico? Aye. Vivian Malauulu?
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk?
Aye.
And Sunny Zia?
Aye.
All right, the consent calendar is adopted. Now we move to item 6.8. These are purchase orders for January 30th through February 26th in the amount of $455,597.40. There's an attachment with the PO listing. And this is an action item that will need a motion and a second. Is there a motion?
Well, so moved.
Motion by trustee Baxter. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, second by student trustee Blackman. And if need be, Secretary Hahn, you can put me as the second on that. So we have the purchase orders before us. Any discussion on this?
Yeah, I have my hand up. I think I still do. First of all, I want to thank Interim Superintendent President Munoz for taking input and acting on it. I had asked for delineation of items a little bit more clearly. For example, I noticed that on page 11 for Atkinson, Andelson, Loya, Rudd, and Romo, there's different categories because that's what I think was missing last time around. So thank you for articulating that. And because part of it, even though I don't have a legal conflict of interest, because part of it I'm assuming has to do with giving a second opinion on an item that may pertain to me, just wanted to flag that. And it seems like that's part of it. It doesn't seem like there is any remaining funds on that front, but still there has been expenditures for the period we're approving. And I also want to mention that I appreciate these terms of the contracts being updated. That's great. Also for Alvarez, Glassman, Colvin, the contract amount has been accurately depicted for $350,000. So I want to just flag that. And thank you, Interim Superintendent President Munoz, for doing that. But I will not be voting on these, even though, again, I don't have a legal conflict of interest. I will have to continue to recuse myself for the time being until these firms are not showing up here or until further notice. So that's why I'm pulling it. And that's all I had to say about it.
Trustee Baxter.
Yes, and shame on me for not reading the entire thing. Is the Atkinson appropriation the only item on this 6.8? I see it's a towing. There's a statement on towing.
No, there's 120 pages, Trustee.
And that's why I said shame on me. And I'm grateful to Trustee Zia for sitting there and reading 120 pages.
Well, I did. I was the
I'm not being mean. I'm being
if you recall, with the purchase order listing, otherwise it wouldn't be listed on the docket. So
Okay, but were there any other legal charges?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe just clarify, Board Council Ewing, I know that we had multiple inquiries in the past, I think from Trustee Zia on spending and by the attorneys. And can you remind us what was that related? She's recused about the recusal today.
So the PO shows, the spend for legal services for my firm and for other firms. And there are some matters such as Atkinson, and there are some matters that Atkinson billed for that were related to the analysis and conclusion that Trustee Zia had to recuse herself from certain closed sessions, those pertaining to investigation and those pertaining to litigation. So some of that legal spend involved that analysis, including analysis done by my firm on that issue.
Is it? And the
was
question
also
excuse me, Trustee Zia. If you want to raise your hand, I'll recognize you to come back and talk. But just wanted to clarify. I know this comes up the last few months, and I think the questioning is particularly around your law firm. But your law firm in Atkinson are not the only one. Is Lieberman, Cassidy, Whitmore also a third law firm that's related to the litigation?
Yes, Lieber, Cassidy, Whitmore is another law firm that has provided analysis to the district on issues related to the investigation and litigation. And also to your point, there's a bench of qualified law firms that participated in an RFP some years ago. It's been about 2 years now. And I can't quite remember the number, but it may be 8 to 10 law firms. So my firm, LCW, Atkinson, are on that list.
I know this is not representative of everything related to the case, but that's the reason why these come up, and that's the what's the name of the case?
This is Long Beach Community College District versus Zia.
Okay, all right, thank you, Trustee Baxter. Then we'll go to Trustee Zia.
Yeah, my question is, last month we voted for an appropriation, and I'm probably using the wrong word, for your law firm, Mr. Ewing. Now, is this billing within that already approved appropriation? And Marlene is shaking her head. Okay, that's all I want to make. That's fine with me.
Yes.
And Jenny, we didn't have, or I maybe Board Council Ewing can speak to him. He did communicate this with Trustee Zia's attorney, I believe, on these inquiries. Is that correct, Board Council Ewing?
Yes, Ms. Palmer and I have exchanged emails regarding the requests from Trustee Zia for invoices from different law firms and also I think for contracts related to the firms that were doing work on the discrete issues that I just mentioned, which are the investigation and litigation. So I responded to Ms. Palmer, Ms. Zia's attorney, and let her know that because we're engaged in litigation and certain exceptions obtain under the Public Records Act, that I would not reveal that information to Trustee Zia's counsel per that request.
Thank you. And there's not any, there's no new amendments tonight. This is just ongoing regular purchase order. Is that correct, Marlene?
That's correct. And typically this purchase order report does lag the approval of contracts or amendments by at least a month in any case. So in consent, the board has just approved some amendments and some contracts. Those would not be reflected on this report. They will be reflected in either next month's report or the month after, depending on when we're processing those invoices. We typically update for contracts when we're processing invoices. So there is a lag.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Trustee Zia has her hand up.
Yeah, just to be clear, I have not received. We did get communication that you can't disclose investigation costs, even though it's a public record. But you have not communicated on matter of public record, which is legal contracts. I had asked for all legal contracts to be disseminated, a copy of the contracts that the board has approved previously for all these firms 2 years ago, or whenever that was, because I think they stagger. And to date, you have not supplied that, Councilor Ewing, and I request that you do. And I wanted to correct that record because you seem to conflate issues a lot, and there are two separate issues, and you have not responded on that front, and we're still awaiting your response. But I've already stated, so let me just make sure I understand. I had the same point to make to President Intuk as you, that Liebert was also involved, but are there any other law firms on this purchase order that I'm not aware of, or that the board is not aware of, that I need to bear in mind to voluntarily recuse myself?
Maybe let Councilor Ewing respond to that. And
I was only aware of three.
I guess the other thing is, if you're recusing yourself from this, I think you also recuse yourself from the debate and dialogue around it. But Board Councilor Ewing?
No, I'm not recusing myself from the dialogue around. I'm recusing myself from the vote, and I'm doing it voluntarily, even though I don't have a legal conflict.
Okay, so that's correct, President. Your analysis or conclusion regarding recusal and how it's supposed to occur at a board meeting is accurate, Trustee Intuk. So when a board member or elected official, city council member, county board of supervisor, state legislator, they recuse themselves, they state so, and then they don't participate in the discussion. The reason for that is, it's a simple rationale, is because if they participate in the discussion, then they can try to, through that discussion, influence the votes of the other elected officials. That's why they announce that they have a conflict of interest and they recuse themselves. I'm not aware of a procedure under parliamentary procedure or Robert's Rules of Order which allows you to recuse yourself and then participate in the discussion. Either recuse yourself and you don't, or you don't recuse yourself and you participate in the discussion. So with respect to the inquiries of Trustee Zia, the Public Records Act is pretty clear. I've cited it to her counsel. Invoices and contracts are accepted or are from production as public records under the Public Records Act. So information about my firm's contract or Atkinson's contract or LCW's contract are accepted from the production. I will note, however, just as a matter of fact, despite that objection being applicable in these circumstances and to this request, the public records are in the archive, and I believe I pointed that out to Ms. Palmer, Trustee Zia's attorney. If you simply go to the archive of the board documents when the contracts were approved, you'll find the contracts. So I have no
part of it, but some of them are not listed. Board counsel, they were not in the archive.
So you're not allowing me to finish. Just interjecting yourself.
Excuse me, Trustee Zia, please wait to be called on, and you'll have an opportunity to talk.
Yeah. So that was my response, but the reality is, despite my citation to the Public Records Act, on the archives of the Long Beach City College website, you can find those contracts because they were adopted in an open forum. The board voted on them, the contracts were attached to the agenda, and action was taken. So now, with respect to invoices, and questions about invoices and so forth, I was pretty clear with Trustee Zia and her counsel that, given that she's in active litigation with the district, it was my advice to the district not to respond to those inquiries about invoices, particularly those pertaining to the investigation and to litigation. And then the last point about, Trustee Zia's statement on the record, because we're on the record, it is not my opinion that Trustee Zia does not have a conflict of interest. It is the opposite. My opinion is, with respect to litigation and the investigation pertaining to Trustee Zia, that she has a conflict of interest. That has been my opinion since 2019. And I just want to make sure that we're clear, since we're on the record, that is my opinion, despite what Trustee Zia has represented.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the feedback. I'm a little concerned to continue the dialogue, and I like to call the question.
I'm sorry, I still have a question, President Ntuk, and a statement.
Trustee Zia, I'm calling to the question, so that's a non-debatable motion that requires a 2/3 vote.
This is your muzzling discussion, and it's not fair. The contracts are not archived. It's only after a period of time that they're listed. Unless Jackie can correct me if I'm wrong.
Your opportunity to talk.
2016, we didn't have contracts listed. I've gone on the archives, there are none, and you're preventing me from doing my job, Board Counsel Ewing. I'm trying to do my job thoroughly and be able to fulfill as a trustee, and you're not allowing me to get access to the information that other trustees can, and you're blocking that and hindering that ability. So please don't make the statements. You haven't provided those contracts. Those contracts are not in the archives, and I need to get them, period.
In the interest of the college.
Please stop disenfranchising my constituents and let me be their representative and fulfill my duties.
Trustee Zia, you continue to speak out of turn. We'd like to take up call the question on a 2/3 vote.
And you continue to muzzle discussion when it's not in your favor.
We already talked about the legal liability and litigation.
There is no legal liability. There is multiple differences of opinion. So please don't spew misstatements and disinformation like you always do.
I've already said that you were going to vote. So we're going to move forward. Secretary Hahn, can we take a roll call vote on the call to question to end debate?
Student Trustee Blackman,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Herlinda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye, because I was finished saying what I needed to say.
I'm sorry, didn't hear.
It sounded like an aye.
Aye, because I'm constantly bullied by President Ntuk and not able to finish what I have to say and have to get cut short because of the type of president he is.
I object to that characterization, and the motion passes 5-0. We'll move on here to end debate and have a vote on adopting the purchase order. Secretary Hahn, can we have another vote to adopt the purchase order?
Student Trustee Blackman,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Herlinda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Abstain.
All right, motion passes 4-0. Moving on the agenda to section 7. We have 7.1 employee contracts. Edward Henderson, interim director of EOP, CARES, and Next Up. This is an action item recommending the board take it. This is looks like April 5th, 2021 through June 30th, 2021, short-term contract with an annual salary of $105,676 with health and welfare benefits and life insurance. We'll need a motion and a second on this.
So moved.
Motion by Trustee Baxter,
Second.
second by Trustee Zia. Any discussion on the item?
Congratulations.
Trustee Baxter has the floor.
Yes, hi. I know all the other people whose contracts are being approved tonight, and I just wanted a one sentence, two sentence background on Mr. Henderson. Is he currently an LBCC employee? What's his background? I'm just curious.
I can weigh in on that. So Edward Henderson's actually currently been serving as our interim director of EOPS Care and Next Up, almost a year. We are in the process of doing the search for the permanent director position, but because of some of the delays in the timeline, we weren't able to be able to complete that position search within the 1 year period. So this is giving him an extension until we finish the search for the permanent director, which we will have concluded by the end of the school year.
Okay, is he a contract employee or is he already an LBCC employee on an interim?
He's currently an LBCC employee on an interim basis. So this is an extension of his previously held 1 year contract. So he's been an employee for the last year as an interim director of EOP&S Care and Next Up. Did that answer your question, Dr. Baxter?
Well, yeah, no, I guess what I'm saying is, was he director of EOPS and he was promoted, or was he hired as an interim?
He was hired as an interim, and he came from another institution. He previously was a counselor at another institution, and he came over. He was hired as the interim director when Dean Knox left for San Diego. That vacancy about a year ago in that director of EOPS Care and Next Up position. So he was hired as the interim a year ago. We're coming on the year mark of his contract. And so since we have not completed the search, and this is not an uncommon practice, this has happened with other contracts that we haven't been able to complete the search within a year. So we've extended other folks as well. So it's consistent with some other contracts that have been before you in the last few months.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Trustee Baxter. All right, we'll move to a vote. Secretary Han, do a roll call vote. And I think we exclude student trustee on this.
That's correct. Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Erlinda Chico.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
And Sunny Zia.
Aye.
All right, it's adopted. Moving to 7.2 employee contract, Randy Totorp, athletic director. This is an action item. The recommendation of the Board of Trustees approve the employment contract of Randy Totorp, athletic director, as submitted. The contract's attached. It begins April 9th, 2021 through June 30th, 2023. The salary $158,166, health and welfare benefits, and life insurance. Is there a motion and a second on this?
So moved.
And Trustee Baxter first. Is there a second?
Second.
Trustee Zia on the second. Any discussion on this item?
I can't move fast enough.
I think you have. I saw two. I saw a manual and a digital hand.
I know I couldn't move fast enough. I was turning the page. See, I print out my agenda because I'm not good enough to watch this thing.
Paper. What's that?
I know. Anyway, I just want to say I am thrilled that Randy is back at LBCC. I want to know all about it, but he did a good job before, and I know he'll continue to do a good job. So, and I want to thank Bill Husak, who was interim, for his service to the college, and I truly appreciate him stepping up and willing to take the lead on this.
Yes, ditto that. Thank you. Trustee Malauulu has her hand up.
Word for word, verbatim, what Trustee Baxter said. Thank you to Dr. Husak for his great service during this very challenging season. And welcome back, Randy. Happy to have you back.
Great. Thank you both. All right. Secretary Han will have a roll call vote.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Erlinda Chico.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
And Sunny Zia.
Aye.
All right. The contract's adopted. Moving to item 7.3, another employment contract. This is an action item for Javier Villaseñor, interim dean of counseling and student support services. The recommendation is the Board of Trustees adopt the employment contract as submitted. The contract provides for a term of March 15th, 2021 through June 30th, 2022 at a salary of $138,401 with health and welfare benefits and life insurance. Is there a motion and a second?
Yes, I move to approve.
Second.
Vice President Chico with the motion, trustee.
I stopped because I saw Ginny's hand and I wanted.
I know, and he overlooked me, Herlinda.
You know what? You guys keep monopolizing all of this. Give us all a chance, okay? Thanks.
I'll just record all your votes and motions. Don't worry. It'll be faster.
The important part is you have a motion and a second to adopt. Any other discussion on the item?
Yes, thank you. I just want to say, this is pitiful. I've known Javier since he was a student at Long Beach City College. And I think it's wonderful that he's getting this opportunity, but it just shows you, I'm sure this will all be held against me, my age, that these people are now old enough to be a dean. So congratulations, Javier.
No, he just must have graduated last year, Jeannie. That's
Yeah.
Vice President Chico.
I just want to echo that. I've received so much positive feedback about, it was a great loss to lose Luann, but I've gotten so much positive feedback for Dr. Munoz and Dr. Corral and Javier. I mean, so much positive feedback. So I just want to kind of, I want to congratulate everybody and thank you for stepping into these roles to help move us forward. So thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Ditto that. We're fortunate to have folks in place to be able to step in as the interim status, and the good dominoes keep moving here. So excellent. We'll take a board vote. Secretary Hahn?
Virginia Baxter?
Aye.
Herlinda Chico?
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu?
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk?
Aye.
And Sunny Zia?
Aye.
All right, the contract's adopted. Congratulations, Javier. Moving to 7.4, California Community College District Classified Employee of the Year. This is an action item. The nominee this year is Linda Olmos. And I think Cece spilled the beans earlier in the meeting, but she's up for the California Community College Classified Employee of the Year as submitted. Dr. Munoz, do you want to talk to this nomination?
Sure, I'll kick us off, and I know Vice President Durand also has been really instrumental in getting this nomination fully prepared. So I think what I would love to do is ask Dario to kick us off with a brief video. We decided, since typically you would have the staff member on campus for the board meeting, there would be a sort of recognition, but so we thought it was important to do a video to give you the board a sense of who we're nominating. So Dario, please, when you're ready, let's play the brief video.
Every year, Long Beach City College recognizes one member of our Viking family as the Classified Employee of the Year. I'm proud to announce that for this year, LBCC selected Linda Olmos. For those of you who aren't familiar with Linda or her work, she is a dynamo. Linda is an enrollment specialist in the Student Equity Office. She has been instrumental in the design and implementation of the LBCC Justice Scholars Program. She helps criminal justice systems impacted and formerly incarcerated students with the onboarding processes, connects them with counseling supports, and referrals in the community for basic needs and services.
Linda has been a key figure in the LBCC Heritage Month celebrations that was started 2 years ago. And she's been instrumental in the development of business processes to distribute Chromebooks and hotspots to students. But she goes above and beyond her day-to-day duties. Since the campus closure last March, Linda volunteers each week to help prepare grocery bags for students for the Grab and Go events in partnership with the Basic Needs area. Her reliability to provide services is driven by a deep commitment to meet students' basic needs.
She has also been willing to drop off technology or groceries to students who are unable to make it to campus within the scheduled pickup times. Most importantly, Linda has demonstrated time and time again her passion and commitment to serving our LBCC students by creating programming with them in mind. Linda created a workshop after realizing that many students were having trouble navigating the student emergency aid process. She developed another when she recognized that Justice Scholar students did not possess the digital literacy to navigate the online learning environment. And she implemented a virtual open house for students to learn about the various support programs and resources.
As your colleague, I can tell you that she holds herself and the institution to high expectations to meet students' needs. Because of her commitment to excellence, demonstrated initiative, and a deep understanding of the importance of partnership and collaboration in making true change for our students, Linda Olmos is LBCC's 2021 Classified Employee of the Year. LBCC is so lucky to have Linda here supporting our students. Congratulations, Linda.
Congratulations, Linda.
Congratulations, Linda.
Congratulations, Linda.
Awesome. Thank you for the video. Awesome. It looks like Vice President Chico is ready to move this nomination forward. Vice President Chico?
That's right. I learned that from Ginny. So I would like to move this item.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Trustee Zia seconded. All right. So it's been moved and seconded for Linda to be our nominee from Long Beach City College. Excellent video. Any other discussion? The video is a really nice feature because you get to hear from her colleagues and get to see her in action. So that was great. And any other discussion on the nomination?
I just want to have my hand up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
In the short time that I've been here, I think I've worked with Linda, pretty closely on some of the issues impacting our formerly incarcerated students. It's something that's really, really important to me. And she just does everything with so much heart. I'm not even gonna touch her fashion and her style because it's amazing. Every time she pulls out these earrings, they're just amazing, just everything. But she just works so hard, and that's a tough. It's a tough job because you were hearing about the challenges that a lot of our students are facing, and she continues to innovate and pivot. And I mean, that demonstration of the workshops that she's created, she's such an asset, particularly to some of our most vulnerable students. So I'm really excited about this. I'm really excited for her and support it wholeheartedly.
Excellent. Thank you. This time we'll take a roll call vote on Ms. Olmos.
I'm sorry, Trustee President Umtuck. I also wanted to congratulate Ms. Olmos on this fantastic achievement and very, very well-deserved recognition. And I'm really happy that her colleagues also agree with this. I've seen her work and I've seen her heart, and she seems, not she seems, but she is always student-centered and student-focused. And I really appreciate that, especially in the department that she works in with student services. I mean, you kind of have to be, right? So thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you, Trustee Malu. Let's go to the vote now.
Student Trustee Blackman,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Erlinda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
All right, it's adopted. Congratulations to Linda. Look forward to hopefully she gets the statewide award. All right, moving to the next item is on the Management Handbook 7.5. This is an update to the handbook. This is an action item. The Management Handbook Evaluation Personnel Plan was adopted in 2012 and updated and revised back in 2019. And this is a further revision to Appendix A, B, and D sections. And so this is an action item to adopt the updated revised Management Handbook. Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Motion by Trustee Baxter. I'll second it. Trustee Ntuk. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the Management Handbook? Seeing and hearing none, call for a roll call vote. Secretary Hahn?
Okay, I'll have to exclude the student trustee because it contains areas of compensation and benefits. Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Erlinda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe and Tuck,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
All right, the handbook has been adopted, or the motion's adopted and the handbook's updated. Moving to Section 8, Academic Senate, we have 3 items. First, 8.1 is modified courses. This is an action item. The Board of Trustees is recommended to approve the modified and courses effective fall 2022 with distance education and effective for fall 2021 as submitted. There's an attachment of the courses. Is there a motion and second to adopt these modified courses?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Vice President Chico, seconded, I think it was Trustee Zia. And I don't know if Dr. Munoz or Dr. Scott have any updates on this item?
No, Board President, but thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, go to the vote. Secretary Hahn?
Student Trustee Blackman,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Erlinda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe and Tuck,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
It's been adopted. Moving to 8.5 is new and inactive programs of study. This is also an action item. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the new program of study and inactive program of study effective fall 2021 for our next academic year. There is an attachment with each of the study areas. Is there a motion and a second to adopt?
Correct, for the record. it's
I'll make that
8.2.
motion, but I just want to clarify that it's 8.2.
Yes,
Sorry, 8.2. Did I say a different one?
you said 8.5.
Yes, you said 8.5.
8.5.
Oh, yes, you might.
We're gonna
Sorry.
hang you for
8.2.
that.
I meant 8.2. I think I talked about
Second.
active programs. Get my numbers right. Is there a motion on 8.2?
Malauulu,
Trustee
second.
Malauulu, and second by who?
Baxter.
Baxter.
Baxter. All right. So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on these items? Seeing and hearing none, call for a vote.
Student Trustee Blackman,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Erlinda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe and Tuck,
Aye.
and Sunny Zia.
Aye.
All right, it's been adopted. Moving to 8.3, Ethnic Studies updates. This is an information item from the Academic Senate, and Dr. Koenig's here to give us an update. Wendy, if you want to unmute yourself, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President Ntuk, and good evening. Thanks for allowing me to provide this update. I do need the visuals if you could start the PowerPoint. Thank you. All right, next slide, please. So I want to just remind you, we've been doing this for a while now, and I want to remind you how we got here with our new Ethnic Studies course. So as you recall, AB 1460 was signed into law in August 2020. And this is the legislation requiring the Ethnic Studies requirement, the new Area F for the CSUs. And so we basically, as soon as we found out that we were going to be able to offer this at the lower division, we went to work. I requested proposals from faculty, and we did receive a proposal from called Introduction to Ethnic Studies. This is coming out of, basically it's out of the History and Political Science Department, which is going to be renamed. So I'll update you on that in just a second. So next slide, please. So the criteria for approval, one of the requirements that we were cognizant of was the fact that there's a recommendation that we have an Ethnic Studies department. So one of the other adjustments we've made is to ask the History and Political Science Department to rename themselves, which they have voted on and approved to do so. So now it is Department of History, Political Science, and Ethnic Studies. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to read through all of these. Don't worry. I'm just putting them here so you have a reference. I just want to explain that part of the we're not necessarily at liberty to do exactly what we want with this course. This is a course that is a result of legislation, and there are specific requirements that they're looking for in order to approve this for acceptance at the Cal State system. So I just want to put these up here to remind everyone that these are the 5 SLOs, or the student learning outcomes, that were prescribed in the legislation. So we read these very carefully. I asked the faculty authors to consider these. We had a lot of collaboration across political science and history. And so after reviewing these particular outcomes, which we had to satisfy at least 3 out of the 5, I want you to go to the next slide and I'll show you the objectives and outcomes that we came up with. So this is what is present in our course that has been approved locally and at the Chancellor's office. And so you can see that we believe that we have addressed these competencies pretty well. We tried for really to do all 5 as best we could, given that this is an interdisciplinary course by its very nature. So these are the things that are going to be addressed in the content of the course that we're offering. Next slide, please. And so part of the reason for this update is that there was a Board of Trustees resolution that you, of course, may remember, where we were requested, one of the resolves basically was that the superintendent president consult with the academic senate about the possible inclusion of ethnic studies into degree requirements for Plan A for local associate degrees. So this is my report back so far. We haven't completed this process, but I wanted to tell you what's happening at this point. So next slide, please. So basically, I just wanted to remind you that the academic senate in this district, they rely upon the curriculum committee, or the Committee on Curriculum and Instruction, to make recommendations directly to the Board of Trustees. So that's why I'm here making this report. So following the passage of the board resolution, I held a discussion at the next available meeting, the November 4th, 2020, and ADGE is a subcommittee of curriculum. ADGE deals with associate degree and general education requirements. And so this is where we began the discussion. I provided information about this initial discussion at ADGE at the next full curriculum meeting. And then finally, the Ethnic Studies 1 and honors version as well were approved at the December 16th, 2020 meeting. I just want to let you know, we worked really quickly on this. We were determined to get this course through so that we would have a chance of offering it in fall 2021, and we achieved that goal. So next slide, please. So we had a really robust discussion at ADGE about, and what basically one of the things that was requested of me was more information about the impact of potentially adding a 3-unit course to our GE Plan A. So just so you're clear, when I throw around Plan A, Plan B, Plan C, I use this all the time. You guys don't know what I'm talking about necessarily. So Plan A is for local AA and AS degrees. Plan B is for CSU, and that's also what's used for the associate degrees for transfer. And then Plan C is for the UC system. So we're focusing here on our local degrees because the ethnic studies requirement is already in place for the CSU Plan B. So the impact, and I've quoted it here, when I reached out to the Office of Institutional Effectiveness, I asked them to sort of give us a sense of what this would mean to actually add a course to Plan A. And so one of the things that was interesting to learn is that 85% of our educational plans that have been created recently are indicating transfer as the goal. So one of the great things is that we have so many associate degrees for transfer in place, because that's clearly one of the best avenues for transfer. But you can also use a local degree for transfer, in certain situations. And so we want to keep up and have a similar, sense with that general education plan as well. So in other words, the other thing I asked them was, how do you predict, how many sections would we have? Let's say, we're already going to have a lot to satisfy Plan B. So with Plan A, it's not a tremendous addition with adding it to Plan A, but this is going to be a significant set of sections when we bring this fully into fruition. So we can compare it with something like Poli-Sci 1, which is the only course that satisfies a requirement on Plan B. And so that's a 40 cap course. The class size is 40. And so basically we had in the academic year 1920, we had 102 sections of Poli-Sci 1. So we're looking at a lot of sections of Ethnic Studies 1. So we had to keep that in mind as we move forward. So next slide, please. So the GE Plan A currently requires 25 GE units for the associate in arts degree and 19 units for the associate in science. So of course, everybody is concerned about, do we add units, and is there a way to not add units but add a requirement? And so that's the slippery part. So overall, the curriculum committee, the members are supportive of students being required to take an ethnic studies course. They're wary of the additional required units given the focus on completions, the vision for success. We're all about decreasing the number of units that you actually have to complete or even complete in excess before you're able to transfer or reach your educational goal. So basically, the first step, and so we kind of came to an impasse, like how to do this. Do we add a requirement? Do we add a new section? Do we add a proficiency, what's called a graduation proficiency? So that's a couple of things that we considered. So the first step to getting Ethnic Studies 1, which is the course that's been approved already and is under review at CSU, would be to get it onto Plan A under social sciences, because we have a social science area. So this would become one of the options under social science. And that's a sort of a sneaky way to get it on the plan. And then we can move to the next level, which would be either declare a new requirement where we could move it or declare a graduation proficiency. So that's kind of where we are at the moment. So go ahead and go to the next slide. So I've presented the information to the ADG subcommittee from institutional effectiveness. That's when we discussed this proficiency idea. The other thing that we need to do before we enact this would be to create a rubric, because if you have a proficiency, the best idea is to have a couple of different options for students. Because if we're going to blow this out in fall 2021, we're going to have people who want to go to CSU taking it. And then suddenly we'd have people who take Plan A wanting to take it. That's a lot of sections. And we kind of, and not everybody who gets a local degree necessarily is going to transfer to a CSU. So we want to have some options, because there are a lot of other courses on campus that potentially could satisfy an ethnic studies requirement, but we have to determine what the criteria are for that. So that's another decision we need to make. So I'm asking for help with that from the committee. The other thing is going to be that this is going to come eventually, if we go this route, it's going to come through curriculum to the Board of Trustees. So we will be addressing this with you all again. And then if you'll take it to the final slide, please. So another wrinkle is that right now we have, there's already a regulation that requires that ethnic studies is offered. And we've had that for a long time at this college. Now, right now, Title V does not include ethnic studies as a separate category or area. But what's interesting is the California Community Colleges Curriculum Committee, the statewide committee, is discussing revisions and will probably put forth the draft language in spring 2021. You also heard about legislation earlier tonight related to this topic as well. So if the other thing is, if Title V changes and we have to have specifically a graduation requirement, then we will do so. We will be in a good position to do so. But so we're kind of stuck in between. Do we move now and make it a proficiency? Do we see what happens this spring? We're committed to supporting the idea of an ethnic studies requirement. It's just finding the best way to do it, to not overload the faculty and blow things out of proportion. The other problem, of course, is we have not yet been approved by the CSU reviewers for our course. We're still waiting. We've been told that April is the magic time when we might hear something. I will, of course, alert people as soon as I hear anything. But right now we're in limbo because we don't know yet that our course has been accepted. So thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and appreciate the report back and the detail. And we can see how difficult it is. You can't just push a magic button and it pops up and happens. Whether the Staples has the easy button that you can push, and that is not the case here. So appreciate it. I do see Dr. Baxter has her hand up.
Yes, thank you. And Wendy, thank you for all your work and your leadership on this, because I know you have spent a lot of great time, and of course your committee too. I have 3 questions.
Okay.
If this is going to be offered, and remember that I'm from the history department. So if it's going to be offered through history, political science, and ethnic studies, then why are you using the social sciences? Is history and political science and ethnic studies under social science?
On Plan A, that's the most logical place to put it. Okay. Yes, it's different.
So, and the sociology department doesn't have a problem with that?
They do not, because in fact, they were thinking about presenting one of their courses to attempt to cross-list as an ethnic studies. We have a race and ethnic relations in the US, but they decided against that because it was going to require them to modify their course so much that it really left sort of sociology and became more interdisciplinary. So they understand that situation and they have no problem. So yeah.
No, and I mean, I think this is fantastic. And I have to tell you, when I taught history, I tried to include all these things. Second thing, and I have heard from a number of people in the Jewish community about the lack of representation from what the Jewish people have suffered in this country as far as racism and all that kind of stuff. And it appears to me that the language would allow some discussion of this, even though I realize they have listed the ethnic groups. But I just think it is important that that this be addressed in some way. This is my opinion, obviously. I believe this should be addressed in some way. And so do you see this class being offered in the fall?
We're hoping, yes. It's already been approved.
I mean, that's fantastic. And if they need any guest speakers, I'm available.
All right, that's good to know. Duly noted. Yeah, so no, I want to respond to your comments. Yes, the crucial thing for us was to cover not only the core competencies, but also the 4 groups that were mentioned specifically in the legislation. Yes, of course, that did not include the Jewish community. There are a lot of other communities it didn't include as well. Basically, there's only so much you can do in a single course. This is an intro course. That's one of the reasons that in a proficiency, we might have some other opportunities to include other populations on our plan, which would be great, I think, to be more specific to Long Beach. But there is room to add more. As long as you cover the content that they require, okay, there's room for more depending upon the expertise of the faculty, honestly.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yep.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Vice President Chico.
I want to thank both Jerry and Wendy for taking the time to meet with me and explain this to me so that I can catch up a little bit. So it was nice to see this presentation. It made a lot more sense than I'm sure it would have if I had not met with you all. So thank you for doing that. And Ginny, I had similar questions about other populations like LGBTQ and stuff.
Yes, yeah.
So now there is a pathway. And so I appreciate the hard work that has gone into this, trying to make the right fit for Long Beach. And so I appreciate that. I also am so happy that we're having this discussion and it's coming to Long Beach. When I met with Wendy and Jerry, I mentioned that I just saw Amend on Netflix, and realizing the history that we did not know is always, I think especially for people of color, it's just another kind of shot in the heart. Like, wow, I didn't even know that the everything was stacked against us that much. There's just a lot of history out there that is not specific for certain communities. And I'm glad that we're having this conversation and bringing it to the college. So thank you again for everybody that worked on this.
Thank you.
Trustee Zia.
I thought you're never going to call on me. I'm really trying here, President. I'm really trying. Thank you, Trustee Baxter, for bringing up some of my concerns. The Jewish community and I, for one, have seen incidents that have been brought up to this board's attention, and how this program in ethnic studies was just jammed through without deliberation, unlike the resolution on defining anti-Semitism. But I could assure you, because this was why it was very important for us to pass the resolution on anti-Semitism, because if there are any incidents, then we have this resolution that we could say, look, this should build an awareness. What is anti-Semitism? And I'm hopeful that the campus community can honor that. I recognize it's non-binding, but it is something that at least builds the awareness for those who are planning to incite anti-Semitism in the classroom, people who are not even aware that they're speaking in those types of tropes, including some of the board members present and in the past. But I am watching this very carefully, and I'm very, very grateful to you, Wendy. I want to know what kind of safeguards we have in place to make sure that students who are not within the 4 domains that is already characterized in the curriculum for those 4 batches, how are we making sure that they don't feel excluded or they don't feel marginalized? And what are some of the things we're taking into account? And I have to say, I wholeheartedly agree and stand by having ethnic studies program. I'm just really, I'm really cognizant that, you know, it may be used for ancillary agendas, and I'm going to be watching it for that purpose. So yeah, if interim superintendent president, if you could opine, or Wendy or Jerry, if you'd like to opine to give me some comfort on what are some of the safeguards we have in place to prevent those kind of speech and hate speech in the classroom.
So I can start, and if anybody else wants to jump in. Yeah, actually, Trustee Zia, I did raise some of the issues. I know the concerns that you have raised at earlier meetings, and I brought these to the attention of the ADGE subcommittee when we had this initial discussion about ethnic studies. And so I have a couple of comments that I had already prepared regarding that. So first of all, there was, I raised the concern that anti-Semitic content might be included. And I wanted to reassure you that my belief is that our faculty members are fully committed, and we did discuss this, fully committed to the goal, as stated in CCR section 89032A, that students comprehend the diversity and social justice history of the United States and of the society in which they live to enable them to contribute to that society as responsible and constructive citizens, end quote. It is incumbent upon our faculty to acknowledge the long history and present dangers of anti-Semitism whenever and wherever the topic arises, and to not do so would undermine the very intent of this general education requirement. So we're really pushing on the fact that we're talking about 4 groups, but the larger social justice issue, the larger issue of discrimination is part and parcel of what this is intended to teach students about. So that point has been made, and our faculty agreed on the subcommittee, and the faculty who've worked on this, I think, agree to that. The other thing is that the issue of the core competencies is in the fact of, like, how can we add other groups? What should we do about this? Is that basically our faculty are going to adhere to professional standards of ethics, which we have it written down. They have expressed a strong belief that that the faculty would not promote hateful rhetoric or anti-Semitic ideologies in their classroom. We believe the emphasis on social justice, which the course requires, would not support the targeting of any racial, ethnic, or religious group. It is important that our faculty are both granted the academic freedom in their teaching and scholarship, but it's equally important that they help students to confront and condemn hateful ideologies that marginalize people. So we're really hoping to take the opportunity to use this course to begin the conversation that is going to impact a lot of groups, any marginalized group, all religious groups, that it's not just focusing on the narrow competencies, it's opening up a dialogue that can go in a lot of different directions. So I just want to reassure you that we did have these conversations, people are aware, and the faculty are very committed to protecting, any marginalized group. So I want to let Jerry or President Munoz weigh in. Thank you.
I would just point you back to the administrative reg that you noted, that you referenced in the resolution for anti-Semitism earlier today. And that's Administrative Reg 4012.3.2.A that talks about professional ethics. And in the classroom, it talks about faculty members faculty members demonstrating respect for all students, regardless of their race, ethnicity, gender, religious beliefs. So we're already committed to that. That is a board, we weighed in on that reg. That is a board approved reg, and we stand behind that. So, the conversations need to happen. They need to be led by a faculty member who is ready for that kind of conversation. And we're very confident that our faculty is willing and ready and able to do so. So I've got great confidence in the faculty. We stand on our administrative reg that is board approved. And we're excited about this opportunity to get to even provide this class. Again, as Wendy mentioned in her presentation, this is not our class. This is a Cal State Long Beach requirement. For us to be able to teach it, we have to meet their expectations. So we've got to start there, get on board with them, get them to sign off of it, and then we get some creative license. But we have to meet their objectives first. And I think we've done that. We're just waiting to hear the final word. But again, we stand on, the board approved regulation. Dr. Munoz.
I think you both did a really good job of kind of explaining the safeguards that faculty will be putting in place to kind of ensure and mitigate any of those concerns. I would just add that, if there's any issues at the student level, we also have our student standards of conduct that we could also pull into play if there is an issue that is more focused at the student level. Again, that's a process that we already have in place. And then lastly, I would say is, sometimes incidents do happen, even with all the safeguards. And I think it's important that if they do, that the college leans into it, provides education, makes it a teachable moment. If there's a need to bring about healing and bringing folks together to have that, we will do that. And it's not that we want those things to happen, but we also know that sometimes they do happen. And so we would be prepared. And I think that might be something that my office or Vice President Scott and Vice President Corral can engage with the faculty is, so that we have a plan in case there's any kind of incidents that we're prepared to respond appropriately. So we're not reacting, but we're thinking about what does it look like to respond should something like that arise. So.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Interim Superintendent President Munoz. I think it's, if I can have you also consider if faculty are bringing in speakers to vet them out fully, because that's one of the reasons other districts have gotten in trouble with some of the speakers that are brought on campus that are not necessarily spewing love. So that's what I would flag for you. If you could.
So there's already an administrative reg that I referred to early at an earlier board meeting that talks about guest speakers, not only on campus in a bigger, like at an auditorium type of venue that would be open to the entire campus community. There's also a reg that denotes if I was going to have Ginny come to my class and be a guest speaker, there are rules and regs listed, and faculty are aware of them. The new faculty are taught that in College Culture Fridays. So we have that in place, and we would expect faculty to follow the board approved regulations that denote guest speakers, whether inside of the classroom or on campus in general. So that process does exist.
So how do you vet out if somebody has had a history of speaking against the Jewish community that may not necessarily be widely known?
We would follow the process. I don't have the reg pulled up, but I would refer you to the reg. It's very specific about needing approval. In other words, if I'm going to have Ginny talk about women let's talk about first ladies. She likes to talk about that. If she's coming on board, we would vet her regardless. There's a process. Again, she's coming to my classroom. There's a process through my department head, through my dean. It's made aware that people are, that she's here on campus and what she's doing. We all follow it. It's just part of bringing a speaker on. The faculty know it. So I would refer you to the regs.
Wendy has it. I think Wendy wants to say something.
Okay. Oh, even better.
Sorry, so basically what's in the reg right now is that any guest speaker, the information form has to be filed with the appropriate instructional dean. In this case, we'd have to put Lisa Orr on the hot seat because she's the instructional dean for the area where ethnic studies will be housed, if that's the specific class. And it has to be at least 5 days in advance. The instructor has to verify the guest speaker's qualifications. And also I would assume the instructional dean is going to want to check on that particularly everybody is aware of the history, or is going to be made aware of the history that has surrounded this. There have been incidents. And so it's really dependent upon the deans being very cognizant of the issues that could arise and checking that and being prepared to make sure that the speaker is appropriate. And really the guest speaker's presentation has to relate directly to the program of instruction in the course outline. So people cannot go off the rails. If it's for a particular course, it has to relate to the course and what's written in the course outline of record. So we'll keep a close eye on those parameters.
Great, thank you.
Any other discussion? Again, just want to echo the sentiment. Thank you so much for the presentation and report back. And we know it's a work in progress and look forward to hopefully later in the summer, things being ready for the fall. So thank you again, both.
Thank you.
Thank you for your ongoing interest and support. Thank you.
Appreciate it. It's good, great partnership opportunity. All right, moving to our next agenda item. We're moving into section 9, academic affairs, 9.1. We don't have any items. Moving to section 10, administrative and business services, we have 10.1 is general obligation refund bonds, 2021 series 1 federally taxable. This is an information item about refunding bonds and related to the sales of bonds. These are general obligation bonds. I don't know, Vice President Drinkwine, do you have anything to say to this item?
Thank you, President. And took only to say that we were very successful the day we went to market. The interest rates actually started to rise just that day, and the Fed indicated that they weren't going to take action to prevent interest rates from rising. So we got in just under the wire, and we were able to achieve about 5.6% in savings through the refunding.
Wonderful. Thanks for the update. Any questions or discussion on the bond refunding or refinancing? All right, moving on to 10.2, finalization of 2019-2020 district audit report. I think this is probably a third month in a row here getting an update. And this is, I think there was some outstanding federal tax changes. Maybe Vice President Drinkwine, any updated clarification on the finalization of the audit report?
Thank you. It is just exactly that. If you recall last time, the auditors presented to you a nearly complete audit report. Normally you would have had a completed audit report, but we were outstanding some final direction from the federal government. We received that. The auditors did process it, and we have no new findings. So everything is all good, and this is the final.
Excellent. Any questions or discussion? Hearing and seeing none, we'll move on to the next item, 10.3, also information item. This is a revision to the Administrative Regulation 6007, physical inventory and depreciation of capital assets as submitted. This is a revision. Is this the first reading? And they'll come back, or?
Board President, there is no policy change, so this is just information for the regulation update. Board does not approve regulations.
All right, so this is an administrative regulation change that's just being noticed here.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
All right. Any question or discussion on this regulation change? Seeing, hearing none, move on. Student Services 11.1, no items, but we do want to welcome Dr. Corral as his first meeting as interim Vice President of Student Services. So hello, thank you. We'll look for future agenda items from you. We're moving on to section 12, reports from the Board of Trustees. So we can do round robin on trustee reports, and we'll try to keep it short, but let's see on who wants to keep record here. So I see a hand up from Trustee Baxter, and then Vice President Chico.
Now, I just want to point out, I always give the shortest report. And the reason for that,
as of 2021,
is because I talk fast. So hold on just 2 seconds, because I got a bunch of stuff to say, but it'll still be fast. Okay. Board report.
Time's up.
I have it on a different piece of paper. Oh, for heaven's sake.
Can we come back to you?
Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Okay, I got it. Okay. On February 25th, I went to the Hall of Fame virtual reception. Congratulations to Cynthia Terry, Karen Desai, Duke Givens, John Malveaux, and Charlie Parks, who are going to be inducted in the fall to the Hall of Fame. And that was a lovely, lovely reception and all that kind of stuff. On March 1st, we had a homeless meeting. March 2nd, Rotary Scholarship meeting. On March 4th and 5th, I attended the A2Ben conference. It was fabulous, and that's what I was looking for because I took notes. And Jackie, this is part of my report for attending a conference. I was so impressed with this organization, which, by the way, had its origins at Long Beach City College with Byron Breland. So what's that, 10 years ago or whatever. But they talked, the theme was going all in, deepening our commitment to African-American male students. And as Dr. Scott Thayer spoke, who fantastic. And he talked about all kinds of stuff. No, he's the president. He's Vice President, Student Services, Santa Barbara, SBBC. What's that? No, anyways, Vice President, Student Services.
San Bernardino Valley College.
Oh, San Bernardino Valley College. Thank you, Dr. Munoz. Then Francisco Rodriguez, the Chancellor of the LACCD, spoke. Anyway, they had all these wonderful people speaking. And then the keynote, which I was very impressed, was, this is the guy who introduced him. I'm losing I took copious notes. You know what I think I'm going to do? I think I'm going to write this up and submit it so you can all read how great this was. But what I loved is they had student voices and what can the students do, and talked about how oftentimes African male students will not admit that they need help, and so how do you overcome that? And these were just help-seeking behaviors. I can do it all by myself. I keep looking for people who look like me, and that's so important. Who can I trust? This is unknown territory. I want to be here in college. How do I stay here in college? Anyway, very, very fantastic presentations. And I want to say that North Orange County Community College District was a sponsor. And so Greg Schultz, who's president of Fullerton, got to speak. And anyway, it was a great conference. So I didn't realize it was this long, or I wouldn't have gone on. Ho, ho, ho. Okay, then on March 6th, American Association of University Women, Herlinda Chico is the program director, and she had a wonderful talk by Dr. Anissa Davis, who is the physician for Long Beach Health Department. And next month, which is almost next week, Suli Saro is going to speak. So we have wonderful programs. Thank you, Herlinda. Then here's another one. On March 8th, I attended the California Community College Women Caucus. And this is right now, women are in charge. The head of the Board of Governors is a female, the head of the Community College Trustees is a female, and the head of the President's Association is female. So we are getting there. And so they had an equal pay resolution. First to pass it was Pasadena and then Cabrillo. They have a membership, and I've spoken to Dr. Munoz about us joining for a mere $150. We can have 5 members. Yeah, I can think of 4 people who might be members. Then the Lieutenant Governor, and I'll butcher her name, Eleni spoke, and she talked about, being in her position and all that kind of stuff. And they talked about economic recovery and how much women have lost. And especially because women employees dominate the trade and tourism industry. And so they really have suffered because of that. So anyway, wonderful. So I hope we can join with all the other California community colleges who are members of the Women's Caucus. Then we had an accreditation subcommittee meeting, and I want to thank Dr. Kathy Scott for her leadership on this section, which has to do with the board. She's doing a fabulous job, has spent hours and hours working, she writes all this and then they tell her it's too long, and to condense and to put in everything and to make it sound good and all that kind of stuff. And so congratulations, Kathy. And Jerry's clapping because she's on that committee too and knows how hard Kathy works. Then on March 9th, I spoke to a group called Las Hermanas on First Ladies, because this is in honor of Women's History Month. And then that same day, I spoke to a group called Dramatic Allied Arts Guild. They gave me lunch about First Ladies. Then I am serving on the nominating committee for the Long Beach Schools Federal Credit Union. So I was introduced at that meeting on the 10th. March 11th, the CCEJ board meeting. Also after that, I went to the induction of Mary Thoit's posthumously becoming a Doctor of Letters. And that was very well done, very inspirational. And by the way, I'm working on producing Mary's memoirs. She wrote a whole bunch of stuff. And because this is another life of mine, I'm putting it together and it's gonna eventually be done. And then on the 11th, I attended State of the College, and I really want to salute the communication staff. The presentation was fantastic. Dr. Munoz, you did a great job. We really looked good, and over 1,000 people watched it, and so that's very important. Then on the 20th, I attended the NAACP Gala, and I want you to know our president, Mr. Entuck, I was almost going to call you doctor. He was a speaker and talked about his involvement with NAACP as a young person. And then also Professor Emeritus Minnie Douglas, who's also an alumnus from the nursing program, was honored a Lifetime Achievement Award. Another accreditation meeting on the 22nd. Then today I watched Mayor Garcia talk about building better Long Beach. And then later on, right after that, I attended the Long Beach Rotary Development Committee. And I think I got, two things. I wanted to congratulate Hussam Kashu, who graduated from a one-year program, a Cisco certificate for Chief Information Systems Officers. And his area is so important because all this online learning and all that kind of stuff has to be done by somebody, and he coordinates it. He's a wonderful person and very, very dedicated. Then I also wanted to congratulate, is Wendy still on? No, she's probably not. But the Women Art Department, led by Sarah Vuer, there's a showing called Women Art Now. It's a faculty show. It is on from March 12th till April 8th, virtually, so check it out. And that's it. How long was that? 2 minutes.
It was a little over 2 minutes, but it was good.
I know how long it was because I was timing it.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not going to say how long it was. I'm just going to take a screenshot and then I'm going to see if I can beat that time.
Okay.
And if I can beat the time, then I'll show you the screenshot.
Okay.
A little bit over 3 minutes, but
okay.
Let's see. All right, Vice President Chico.
I want to thank Trustee Baxter for talking about Councilwoman Sulisaro participating in our upcoming AAUW program. So if anybody wants to hear more from Councilwoman Sulisaro and her experience as a Cambodian American here in Long Beach, it's going to be a really great conversation. It's going to be on April 8th at 6 p.m. You can find more information on the AAUW Long Beach website, or you can email me and I'd be happy to send that information to you as well. I want to acknowledge the Rainbow Lifeguard Tower that was burned to the ground. It was very, very upsetting. We don't know the cause of it. But I think many of us know that there was probably some underlying hate or a message there. But I want to hear what that investigation has. But I think it's really important to recognize the LGBTQ plus lifeguards, our lifeguards, Long Beach lifeguards that painted that. It was very significant for them and it was significant for the community. And I'm really sad that it was burned down tonight. They had a vigil at 6 p.m. that I wanted to attend, but with the meeting, I was not able to. But I do want to send my support and my love to the LGBTQ plus community. I also want to thank Vice President Corral and his amazing staff, everybody that he works with. I connected them with Baby to Baby organization, and now I hear that Baby to Baby will be providing diapers and wipes for our student parents. So I'm really, really excited about that. Great work, Vice President. Thank you so much. I did not, let me see. Oh, when we were getting the legislative update, I just want to acknowledge ASB President Fierro and his cabinet for working on issues that the state legislature is working on. Still fighting for menstrual products in bathrooms and compensation for student leaders, I think is fantastic. And so I just want to kind of acknowledge his hard work and the ASB cabinet's hard work. Also, I had a follow-up to my mammogram. I had to get an ultrasound, and I just want to tell you that my ultrasound technician is a graduate of LBCC and had nothing but great things to say about our program and wishes that we could expand the areas that we offer for certificates. But she just raved and talked about the faculty and talked about her experience there. It was so lovely. So, kudos to everybody because, she lives in Orange County now, and she says, and she works at Memorial, but says that she's always talking about LBCC. She used to live in North Long Beach, and she just had really great things to say. So I wanted to pass that along. And then I don't see Trustee Zia's hand up. So I'm going to go ahead and announce that the Port of Long Beach is going to have a food distribution event this Saturday at 1650 West 9th Street from 9 to 12 p.m. I'd be happy to send that to Interim Superintendent President Dr. Munoz so that maybe you can assist us in getting that out, some of that information. I can email that to you. And then finally, I just want to thank President Intuk for having another, leading another great a meeting. It's robust conversation. Sometimes we don't always agree, but you continue to follow, the rules and kind of keep us in check. And I know it's hard work. I have cats. I know what it's like to herd cats. So thank you for all your hard work. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Vice President Chico. We got two more to go here. Go Trustee Zia, and then we go Trustee Malauulu.
I didn't raise my hand because I thought we're rotating. So I did already, thank you for that, Trustee, Vice President Chico. I did already send the information to staff and the foundation. So Interim Superintendent Munoz said that he was going to circulate it. It's already been handled. So thank you for doing that. That's very lovely and very good for us to get out there. I suggested that perhaps we can have Interim Superintendent President have a seat at the table in those decision-making roles sooner so that we have a say in the matter earlier and we participate. So it would be wonderful if we can support him in that capacity, and I would certainly do that. Other than that, I just want to say, unfortunately, Vice President Chico, I know you're very kind, but I would have to disagree with you. I constantly get bullied by President Intuk, and I try very hard. And then, with Council Ewing, I really hope that we don't muzzle discussion. If we're going to have procedures in place that would put guidelines on how much we can talk and how many questions we can have, then, we can all abide by it. But to pick and choose, it's just very willy-nilly. Just this process of the resolution was unfortunately, I think it was bad form for this board counsel to just on his own volition go ahead and make edits without the board giving direction. I don't think he did it in a malicious way. He just doesn't know. We should give guidance. We should have parameters so that, people don't get upset. And I think it would be prudent for us to have some sort of process for resolutions and just, debate. We had previously talked about having a parliamentarian. It just went nowhere. I think it's prudent for us to have that. Other than that, I want to really thank the community, Herculean effort, but after months of debate and public pressure and news articles, finally this board went ahead and voted for supporting a definition of anti-Semitism. And Trustee Malauulu, nobody gave your name to the community as the person who changed a resolution. I don't know where that person got their information. It certainly wasn't me, if you're insinuating. But I can tell you that there's quite a bit of hearsay and rumors that comes from you, and it's unfortunately the veracity of it I question. But I'm really appreciative of you colleagues for supporting this important resolution, because it sets the framework for conduct in classrooms, in just, sensitivity to the Jewish community, and will build awareness. Some people don't know what it means to be anti-Semitic. And I'm hopeful that this will at least build awareness. And I appreciate you all voting for it and having it unanimously pass. Thank you. That's all I have.
Trustee Malauulu. You're on mute still.
Okay, sorry. Because I'm clocking everybody, because I just feel a tremendous amount of pressure. So I'm clocking everyone, and I'll let you know how long everybody takes. Anyway, so going back to after last month's Board of Trustee meetings, the day after, I too was in that wonderful Hall of Fame event on the 25th. And I just want to commend the foundation for organizing it, and Paula for that super creative delivery of goods. Just what a great idea. I actually attended a non-district related event where they did the same thing, where they had some goodies delivered prior to the meeting, but it was a private thing. And so for this to be a foundation event, I just thought that was so neat. And I'm so happy that I was able to participate, and congratulations to this year's inductees. And we look forward to celebrating you in person also. On March 2nd, we had the BOT, we had a special meeting of the board. On March 9th, the kickoff for the Women's History event, which was absolutely fantastic. And I really want to take a moment to highlight, for those of you who aren't aware, when you log on to lbcc.edu, the moving welcome screen takes you to all the various events on campus happening within the district. And when you click on the Women's History Month, just listen to this, how creative the committee who organized this. Let's get real about imposter syndrome, celebrating Women's History Month with the Philosophy Club, the online faculty exhibition with the art, gender and sexuality in the jazz age. My favorite, women's entrepreneurship. Do you have a side hustle? I mean, I've sent that link to so many people, and I hope that they were able to log in today to watch that. And then gender and politics. So, I mean, just a really creative and robust menu of items that I think would appeal to women of different ages and backgrounds. On March 10th, I had a meeting with Bernie Luskin, Dr. Luskin, regarding our board evaluation and board goals. And then on March 11th, the state of the college. Congratulations, everybody, for being able to pull that off. I want to echo what most of you have said. Of course, we did speak to our former interim superintendent president, Luann Bynum, and thanked her. And I just want to thank her again. I think she knows how grateful we are for her year of service to us, especially what a year that she had. And again, I want to congratulate Dr. Munoz for being in this position as our new interim superintendent president until next year. So that'll get us through accreditation. And then also Dr. Corral, just really grateful for you stepping up and really grateful for the opportunity that we all have to work together. I like to keep things positive and cheerful, but I'd like to end on a negative note and just share with you that with all the horrible things that are happening in the world, in the country, in our state, in our city, just in our very own, on our beach, my family was actually victim to some unfortunate hate crime in the past couple of weeks. One of them I shared on my social media, the other one I haven't. But one of my children was called the N-word in a public venue, in a public place. And it was a pretty big deal because it was in the course of an athletic function. There's an investigation pending, and I'm not able to get into too much detail, but I will say that the agencies that are investigating have been fantastic, and they've done a really good job. And I feel like they've exceeded the due diligence that we expected. Perhaps one day I'll be able to elaborate a little bit more, but just to have a child who is engaged in athletic play in an arena of competition be referred to very negatively with derogatory remarks by fans, by spectators at the event, and being called the N-word is just shocking that it's happening in a public place. And then that was one of my children. And then my youngest son and I, 12 years old, I was taking him to school last week. And I had a gentleman who almost killed us. I thought he was hydroplaning, almost slammed into us in his large truck. But then he became belligerent as if it was my fault that he almost ran into us, and jumped out of his car and waving 2 middle fingers in my face, called me a stupid, bad word, Mexican, in front of my kid multiple times. And it was nothing like that has ever happened to me or any of us. And it was just a really traumatic experience. And it was traumatic for my son. And I can only imagine the people who endure this type of vitriol and racism regularly. I can only imagine the damage that happens to their psyche, to their soul, their self-esteem, their confidence. It happened to me for 44 seconds because I have a video when I was taking my child to school. 44 seconds in a lifetime. And there are people that I know that endure this type of hate every day. Every day they go to work. Every day they go to school. So it really personified it for me. And, I'm really grateful that my son is strong and resilient, and we've been able to talk to him about it, but it makes my heart hurt for other people who don't have the same resources that we have. So I hate to close on a negative note, but I am forced to close on a negative note, and just to let our community know that when things like this happen, you are not alone. And I empathize with you, not because it happened to me. I empathize with you before, but I empathize with you because it's so close. Like it happened to us right here. So it's not just something you read about in the news, and it's just really painful. That's it. That's all I have. Thank you, everybody. And I hope everyone's enjoying a good spring break remotely, right? Do your remote spring breaks. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Malauulu. Vice President Chico had one follow-up item.
I did. I'm sorry. And thank you, Trustee Malauulu, for sharing that story. It's really important that we share these experiences and support one another. So thank you for sharing that. I did have one more event that I totally forgot about. Tomorrow night is Civitalks Long Beach. Civitalks is hosted by Vice Mayor Rex Richardson. And so his amazing, incredible wife, Dr. Nina Richardson, will be actually moderating the event for Women's History Month. And it's a conversation with Andrea Susona from the YMCA, Maisha Cheney, who's an author, and then myself. So I would love to join, watch. You can find it on Vice Mayor Richardson's social media page if you'd like more information. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Baxter?
I promise I'm not going to talk about the conference. I wanted to salute Dr. Munoz for two things. First of all, for opening up the parking structure at the Pacific Coast campus. This was something brought up 2 years ago, and I never understood why we couldn't have students park in a parking lot. And I understand somebody's got to watch them. I don't mean watch them, but take care of any situation. And the other thing I want to congratulate him about is he said Pacific Coast structure. He didn't say PCC campus. So I'm really proud of you because it's taken some people years to figure that out. That's it.
All right. Well, thank you. I don't have a report tonight. We'll move on in the agenda to our...
Hey, so do you want me to tell you how long everybody took?
Sure.
So Trustee Baxter, you know what? I should save that one for last. So let me see. The briefest report was Trustee Zia, 2 minutes, 31 seconds. Trustee Chico was 3 minutes, 52 seconds. I was 7 minutes and 1 second. And Trustee Baxter, this is not including the second time because you had a second time there. 8 minutes and 23 seconds.
Wow.
So there you go.
My goodness, that's awful.
Anyway, you know, I personally think anything under 10 minutes is okay, especially when you're actually reporting something that benefits the community. But I know that some people tend to not like that at all, but it's my opinion. 5 minutes?
5 minutes. That would only be 25 minutes of board report. All right, 12.2 future reports. This is an opportunity for board members to request future additional reports for future board agendas with consensus of the board and consideration from the superintendent. This is about reports, not agenda items. So anybody have Trustee Malauulu?
Yes, I do. I would like to reiterate what our AFT president, Robert Remeda, brought up earlier during his report. And I'm very interested in also seeing closure to the reclassification that's been going on for some time. That is something that was initiated. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I want to say toward the end of 2017, maybe. It's been a long time. And I don't know if the rest of the community has, but I know that board members did receive some updates, but it's been a long time. And I'm really happy that you brought that up, Robert, because it's been a long time since I saw anything. So I'd like to request to have the reclassification either concluded or at least an update, please.
Thank you. Trustee Z is right.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was one of the requests that I had as well. And I believe I already spoke to Interim Superintendent President Munoz, and he said that it's impending. So I appreciate that, Mike. And also, I'd like to have another report. I've also talked to Interim Superintendent Munoz about it on vocational program or career technical education and how we're doing with our faculty hiring, where we stand with the number of full-time faculty that are really taking care of our students. What's the plan for those who are going to be retiring, and how are we going to, what's our succession planning and looking prospectively to take care of the posterity.
All right, this will conclude 12.2. We'll move on to any public comments on non-agenda items. Secretary Hahn, do we have any non-agenda item public comments tonight?
No, there are no requests.
All right, moving forward. We will have a second closed session we'll be going into here in a moment for 14.1. So we will come back to that. But as of now, we'll go to 15 because we will be adjourning our regular open session meeting for the evening. So the next regular meeting of the Board of Trustees is scheduled to be on April 28th, 2021. Closed session will be at 4:30. Open session will be at 5:30. At this point, we'll adjourn the open session meeting and go into closed session. I have to read one statement here before and also go to Board Counsel Ewing. Just one sec, let me go back to the top here and read it out. All right, before we recess the closed session, the session is closed pursuant to paragraphs 1 and 2 of Government Code Section 54956.9, subdivision D. The Brown Act, no other statute requires disclosure of written privileged communications. The written communication is exempt from disclosure under the California Public Records Act. Board Counsel Ewing.
Thank you, President Untuk. On board agenda item 1.6, titled Long Beach Community College versus Sunny Zia, pursuant to the representations that Trustee Zia made to the court and to the district in that litigation, Trustee Zia has agreed to recuse herself from the board's closed session discussion on that item. The district and the board are relying upon that representation and Trustee Zia's recusal for this particular item. On agenda item 1.7, based on the same representation to the court and the understanding between Trustee Zia and the district, if the board is having discussions about the investigation or litigation pertaining to Trustee Zia, she's agreed to recuse herself, and the board will rely upon that representation that Trustee Zia has made to the court and to the district and the board. If there are matters that are not going to fall within, if there are matters that the board is going to discuss that do not pertain to Trustee Zia, Trustee Zia will be notified and brought into the closed session. And then my understanding is that there is going to be further discussion on agenda 1.5. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention to coordinate the recusal.
Great, thank you. At this point, we're going to end the open session. Thank you, everyone, for joining us tonight. Have a good evening. All right, welcome back. It's 11:59 on March 24th. Coming out of closed session. We're not completed yet, but we're done for the meeting for today. The next meeting of the Board of Trustees is in April
28th.
28th. So at this point, we will adjourn today's meeting on March 24th and be back in a minute to re-adjourn on the 25th.
Okay.
On Thursday, March 25th. This is a continuation of Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees board meeting. We're in closed session and going back into closed session. Good evening. It is now 12:12 a.m. on March 25th, 2021. This is the regularly scheduled board meeting of the Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees. We are coming out of closed session. It was our second closed session item. We don't have any reportable action items from what we've covered, and this adjourns the meeting. Our next regularly scheduled meeting will be on April 28th, 2021, closed session starting at 4:30 p.m. and open session at 5:30 p.m. Thank you everyone for joining us tonight. Have a great evening. Bye-bye.